Welcome everyone to today's Raleigh City Council meeting. We are going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Whose turn is it? I think Councilmember Melton.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we begin, I just want to excuse Patrick Buffkin from today's meeting. He may be coming in later, but he is excused, and that is, I just want to make sure that that is authorized. Next, we have our consent agenda. Item D4 has been pulled. I would ask for a motion on the remainder. Mayor Pro Tem Stewart, do I have a second? Councilmember Melton, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Councilmember Cox, you pulled that item?
Yes, I pulled this item so I could tell the people of Raleigh that what we have before us is an ordinance that formally replaces the Citizen Advisory Councils with a board of political appointees. I do not support this ordinance because it is prescriptive about who can, and by implication, who cannot participate. Importantly, if you pass muster with the city government, the mayor, the council, then you might get appointed. All others will not. If you continue to pass muster with those in power, you might get reappointed. On the other hand, if you do not toe the line, then you will most likely be replaced. In my view, this is not democracy. There are too many opportunities for abuse. We should not codify cronyism, which is what I believe will happen with this ordinance. I will vote against this measure. I support bringing back the CACs.
Is there a motion or just a speech?
I have no motion.
Motion for approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Thank you. Next, we have public comment. We will have rules of decorum. Each speaker has 3 minutes to speak. Please make sure that you give your name and address for the record. And as we like to say, please be kind. We will start with Christina Jones.
Hmm. 8005 Finland Drive. $275 million. That's a lot of money. As a resident, my hopes for city leadership would be that they have the community's best interest at heart. Does a $275 million parks bond measure up to that? I don't think so. In 2019, Raleigh put an affordable housing bond on the ballot. Some said it didn't go far enough. It didn't protect our most vulnerable residents. That bond amounted to $80 million. This bond amount suggests that the city prioritizes parks over people. As a Parks Board member, I have to say that I adore our park system and our Parks Department. I have had the privilege of being part of the board when we sent this bond package to you in March of 2021. What has taken so long to discuss it at a city council meeting? Why was last Tuesday the first time any of us heard which package you were all leaning towards? The deadline for finalizing the bond is quickly approaching in June, and you gave residents a 3-week window to think about such a huge amount of money. Our Parks Board liaison joined our meeting last summer, per my request, to shed light on the process after we sent our recommendations to you. But I left that meeting with far more questions than answers. Another question I have is how much of the bond will be dedicated to Dix Park? I seem to remember the figure of $53 million being allocated to it, but I could be mistaken. In December, Council also approved giving Dix Plaza in Play $12 million. Was that in addition to the bond amount? The fact that one park could be receiving $65 million while those in need of affordable housing only received $80 million, and it's embarrassing. You are elected to make decisions for the city, and you have the right to do that. But as this example shows, you are limiting conversation on the topic by not being upfront with the community in time for you to receive feedback. You are creating the answers you seek by limiting who has access to your ear. I'm sure council will approve this ballot measure to put it in the hands of voters this fall, but I challenge you to spend the next 6 months actually educating residents as to what this bond entails. I know I will.
Thank you. Next, we have Barry Erickson.
Thank you. Hello, Madam Mayor and City Councilors and everyone here. This is my first time here, so it's a pleasure to see everyone in person.
Can you put on my cup?
Sorry? Okay. Is this better? Okay, thank you. I'm here today in opposition of the...
Could you give your name and address for the
Oh, I'm
record,
sorry.
please?
My name is Barry Erickson. I live at 516 Gardner Street. That's a few blocks from Hillsborough Street. I'm here today in opposition to the last-minute request by the Hillsborough Street Community Service Corporation for a huge and unjustified increase in its tax assessment request of May 2, which is on today's meeting agenda. As you know, the Hillsborough Street Community Service Corporation has a contract to provide services for the municipal service district for Hillsborough Street. The assessment it seeks before council today represents an approximately 50% increase in its annual budget. Of course, the merchants and residents who would have to pay the increase are facing troubling financial uncertainty amidst rising prices. This is not the right time to burden our local businesses or residents, especially students, who will pay higher rents with this huge tax increase. Furthermore, and most importantly, the request by the HSCSC, the Hillsborough Street Community Service Corporation, is materially misleading. It's unvetted and it's unjustified. It ignores the fact that the HSCSC has over the past 10 years amassed nearly $1 million in unspent taxpayer funds. Those are unspent taxpayer funds. It has the nerve to come back and ask for almost $500,000 annually when it's sitting on this cache of money. Though the expenditure of these funds is circumscribed by state law, there are no provisions by the city to ensure that these funds that these laws are followed. I request that you appoint an ad hoc council committee to draft model rules, contracts, bylaws, and board structures for the establishment, governance, operation, funding, and dissolution, and most importantly, the ongoing alignment of Raleigh's MSDs with citizens' priorities. As part of this review, I specifically asked the council to include the contracts and finances of the Hillsborough Street Community Service Corporation, including the accuracy and timeliness of its IRS 990 filings, which are public record by federal law of all nonprofits. Simply put, the HSCSC does not need this extra money. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next, we have Martha Brock.
Do I have to do something here? Thank you for the opportunity to
Name
speak.
and address for the record, please.
I'm sorry?
Your name and address.
Oh, my name and address. I'm Martha Brock. I live at 4713 Old Plank Road in Northeast Raleigh. And I used to be in B, but they gerrymandered me into A. They split my apartment complex half in two, just so you know. I was planning to speak to you today about Dick's Park and putting an aviary there, which I brought up a couple of weeks ago. But things have happened since then.
mainly David Cox, announced he's not running for re-election. That changes a lot, I think, for our city. I just want to say that you're looking at a big plan for downtown and looking at a lot of other plans. And I want to talk about Raleigh's need for more unfiltered input to the council and to its staff. I'm especially concerned about transportation and housing and how they fit together. And I know most of you already know that. I don't have to tell you that. But I brought a prop today. We do teachable moments at church, so this is a teachable moment. This is from the Raleigh News and Observer. They're doing a series on landlords, corporate landlords, and how they are taking over the housing market, and how the leaders in both Charlotte and Raleigh have not responded to it. I believe that until the people in this audience, the voters, start responding to issues like this, we're going to have unbridled growth in certain areas of the city. Now, I'm no expert on planning. I do have a degree in economics, though, and I know that when you have an unbalance in the economy, somebody's losing. And the people that I think are losing are the people that don't have a lot of wealth and who don't get a salary of $196,000 a year. I know that this is an opportunity. We can take this opportunity and bring people back with the revival of the CACs in the way that the consultant advised, making some changes and improvements, but bringing back the CACs. Thank
Martha,
you.
your time is up. Thank you. And City Manager.
Ma'am, if you'll hold on for just a second, I'd just like to let you know that staff is working with our partners, even on the local, in the community, and on the state level, to consider all possible options that we have to be able to better influence housing outcomes in the city of Raleigh. So while the law is not on our side, we can't necessarily control the private market. We are doing everything within our purview to be able to manage those things that we can to maintain affordability in the city of Raleigh.
Forgive me if I get the first name wrong. Nikkei Williams.
Can you hear me? Okay,
Yes.
hello, it's Nikkei Williams, 4200 Lakewood Drive. I'm speaking as a proud member of the Raleigh community. I am deeply concerned with how the city council members manage public money, as the Raleigh city budget does not prioritize community safety. In 2021, the city of Raleigh funded the Raleigh Police Department with $116 million of our tax dollars. Did you know that police do not prevent crime? However, affordable housing, quality schools, and raising the minimum wage decrease crime rates. Did you know that Raleigh spends 10 times more on police than housing, while our city faces an extreme housing crisis? Raleigh residents are struggling to hold on as housing becomes less and less affordable. The Raleigh City Council could solve the housing crisis if city council members understood that we all deserve a decent and affordable place to live. Affordable communities are safer communities. Did you know that the Raleigh PD has killed 6 people in the last 5 years and has a history of abusing people in crisis? Denver's No Police Crisis Response Team responded to 2,700 crisis calls in 6 months, helped community members get to safety, and led to 0 arrests and no police violence. Let's bring this resource to Raleigh and keep our community safe. We do not need to spend more of our tax dollars on the police. We need to end the legacy of harm against people of color and incorporate alternatives for community safety. I am sure that members of the City Council, including Stormy Forte, David Knight, Jonathan Melton, Nicole Stewart, Patrick Buffin, David Cox, Corey Branch, and Mayor Mary Ann Baldwin, desire to represent their constituents in the budget-making process by investing in proper measures of safety and not the police. I stand with Refund Raleigh's demands to raise the wage for the city workers to $22 an hour and a mental health crisis response team without the police, model after Denver's successful STAR unit, and pay for these safety measures by divesting from the police budget. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Kristen Havlick.
Kristen Havlick, 11230 Ava Settling. As of a few weeks ago, it was revealed that the Supreme Court of the United States will be overturning Roe v. Wade. And while North Carolina doesn't have any trigger laws and abortion isn't banned yet, North Carolina Republicans may gain the supermajority after the November election, giving them the right to override vetoes from Roy Cooper. Until then, more people will be traveling to Raleigh, where we have multiple reproductive care clinics, and we should do what we can to expand and protect access to abortion. You as a city council can take the charge on this. Back in 2019, the Charlotte City Council created buffer zones and put in place noise ordinances so that people seeking reproductive care could receive their health care in peace. And as my comrade Josh Bradley said a couple weeks ago, we can do the same here in Raleigh because there are already more violent and loud anti-abortion crowds surrounding clinics. Earlier this year, Durham also passed a reproductive freedom resolution, which upholds the values of reproductive freedom in its policies and ordinances. And recently, Durham City Councilor Jillian Johnson laid out some things that cities can do to support access to reproductive care. We can instruct our local police department to not collect any internet data on people seeking abortions. We can ensure healthcare workers don't violate the privacy of people reporting a miscarriage should abortion be outlawed in North Carolina. The police department should also refuse to cooperate with investigations of people seeking abortions or people that have had miscarriages and have had to report them. These are things you can either start doing or look into pursuing in the near future. Some of you on this council say you are progressive champions, but you are not until you stop pursuing the agendas of your wealthy donors and vow to protect your constituents. If you won't give us the resources for housing that the working class can afford, at least give us protections to seek our right to health care. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Laura Good.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
My name, Mayor Baldwin and council members, my name is Laura Good. I am with Parker Poe. My business address is 301 Fayetteville Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. This afternoon, I am here to request that this council grant an exception to the city's annexation policy in resolution number 2008-460, as amended by resolution 2009-22, to allow for the annexation of 3540 Auburn-Nightdale Road, which is shown on the map before you. This slide shows that the property is currently outside of the city's ETJ. It is contiguous with the city's corporate limits, the Raleigh tract owned by the city of Raleigh. However, the Raleigh tract is not part of the city's primary corporate limits. Thus, during our preliminary application meeting with planning staff advised that in order to annex this property, we would need to request an exception to the city's annexation policy in order to annex this property. This slide shows a copy of the city's current policy, which is generally not to accept annexation petitions for properties outside of the city's ETJ, except in limited circumstances. And there is one exception for property adjacent to contiguous city limits that are also adjacent or in close proximity to city utilities. However, staff indicated that historically this exception has been interpreted to apply only when you're adjacent to the primary corporate limits. And again, here, the Raleigh tract that we're adjacent to is part of the non-primary corporate limits. During our pre-application meeting and ongoing conversations with planning staff, we've discussed several reasons why an exception to the policy is warranted in this limited circumstance based on the unique characteristics of the property. These unique characteristics ensure that if an exception to the policy is granted, this will not open the floodgates for annexation of other properties outside of the ETJ. First, as shown on the previous slide, the property is contiguous with the city's corporate limits and would not open the door to annexation of other satellite properties not contiguous with corporate limits. Additionally, as shown on this slide, the property is located within Step 1 of the Southeast Special Study Area, which is anticipated to be recommended for ETJ expansion. And we understand that this proposal could be presented to Council as soon as the summer, with a potential ETJ expansion through the CESA as soon as 2023. Finally, the potential developer for the property has discussed water and sewer connections with city utility staff, and our understanding is that the connection to city utilities is feasible. And this map here shows the existing location of city sewer on Auburn-Knightdale Road and the Raleigh tract and a potential connection route. For these reasons, we respectfully request that the council approve the exception to the city's annexation policy to allow for annexation of this property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam, excuse me, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Could we have staff come back at our next meeting with presentation options related to this? Because I believe also this property is possibly, I believe, is in phase 1 of the Southeast Raleigh area study as well.
Okay, I was going to ask staff what the next step would be. So if we could. Staff report. Okay. Yeah, if we could have a staff report and then schedule it on public hearing. I mean, on council meeting. Okay,
I
thank
would
you.
also like to ask that we get some details about this sewer and water connection. The map clearly showed that there was a pump station, and as I understand it, we prefer not to have to use pump stations, and I'd like to get some clarification on that.
Next is Isis Wilson.
Good morning. As stated, my name is Isis Wilson. My address would be 4200 Lake Ridge Drive. I'm speaking today as a proud member of the Raleigh community, and I feel I have been intentionally excluded from the decision-making process with what the city does with our tax dollars. As previously stated, and it stands to repeat that the city of Raleigh bankrolled the RPD with $116 million of our tax dollars. Again, that being 10 times the amount that we spend on housing. While our city faces an extreme housing crisis, most working class people cannot afford to live in this city, myself included. We can lower the crime rate by raising minimum wages and investing in dignity job programs. Increasing police funding simply does not do this, and the steadily increasing budget with no change proves this. RPD has a history of killing and brutalizing its citizens, whereas Denver's No Police Crisis Response Team has responded to over 2,700 crisis calls in 6 months, helped community members get to safety, and led to 0 arrests and no police violence since its inception. Let's bring this resource to Raleigh and keep our citizens safe. We do not need to reform the way that police harm us. We need to end the harm, and that starts with reducing the size of this police budget. I stand with Refund Raleigh's demands to raise the wage of the city's workers that make the city run to $22 an hour, and implementing a mental health crisis response unit without the police, modeled after Denver's extremely successful STAR unit, and pay for these safety measures by divesting from police funds. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Eleanor Ross.
Hi, my name is Eleanor Ross. I'm a resident of Raleigh. So I'm speaking today as a proud member of the Raleigh community, and I feel I've been intentionally excluded from the decision-making process in deciding what the city does with our tax dollars. In 2021, the city of Raleigh bankrolled Raleigh PD with $116 million of our tax dollars, again, 10 times more than what they spend on housing, while our city is facing an extreme housing crisis. Most working class people cannot afford to live in the city. I can barely afford to live in the city, and I am an electrical and computer engineer. Did you know that raising minimum wages and investing in dignity job programs have proven to reduce gun violence, while increasing police funding and adding more police does not lower crime? Raleigh PD has a history of killing and brutalizing people in crisis. Denver's No Crisis Response Team responded to 2,700 crisis calls in 6 months, helped community members get to safety, and led to 0 arrests and no police violence. Let's bring this resource to Raleigh and keep our community safe. In the last 5 years, Raleigh PD has killed 6 people, brutalized nearly 100 people, and participated in and covered up the framing of a working-class black man. We do not need to reform the way police harm us. We need to end harm, and that starts with reducing the size of the police budget. I stand with Refund Raleigh's demands to raise the wage of the city workers that make this city run to $22 an hour, and a mental health crisis response unit without the police, modeled after Denver's extremely successful STAR unit, and pay for those safety measures by divesting from the police budget. While I still have a little bit more time, I'm curious about your releasing addresses of all the speakers to all the speakers. So everyone else who is a speaker here today now has my address, except for one person who is a representative of the Raleigh Police Protective Agency. Why do you do that? Why do you release those addresses?
Madam Attorney, is there a legal reason?
No, there is not a legal reason, but it's not illegal to ask for the address.
It's not the asking for the address, it's the releasing of the address.
Once it's in the city's possession, it becomes a public record, and we can't keep it from anyone else. So I think for the clerk's records, she asked for addresses and contact information to stay in touch. And then once it's in our system, there's no way that we can preclude releasing it under the public records laws.
Okay, so in the future, can I just list an organization like the Raleigh Police Protective Association did?
No name and address, thank you. Those are the rules we have for public comment.
Then why was the Raleigh Police Protective Association person's address not released?
That way we will know how to get in touch with people. Thank you. Amelia Covington.
Hello, my name is Amelia and I'm a Raleigh resident. My organizational address is 4200 Lake Ridge Drive. I'm also speaking with the Refund Raleigh committee, and again, I am a proud member of our Raleigh community. But I felt that my voice and the voices of others in our city have not been duly heard, particularly when it comes to the structure of our city's budget. In 2021, the City of Raleigh granted Raleigh PD with $116 million of our tax dollars. Again, this is 10 times more than what they spend on housing. I was one of many who publicly opposed this budget, sharing the perspective that the safest and strongest communities have the most resources, not the most cops. Bloated police budgets prevent investments in other arenas that myself and my neighbors desperately need, like safe and affordable housing and good paying, dignified jobs. In fact, raising minimum wages and investing in dignity job programs have proven to reduce gun violence, while increasing police funding and adding more police does not lower crime rates. We also cannot ignore that Raleigh PD has a history of killing and brutalizing the very residents that they claim to protect and serve. In the last 5 years, they have killed 6 and brutalized nearly 100, including one of my own friends, and participated in and covered up the framing of working class black men. I stand with Refund Raleigh's demands to raise the wage of the city's workers that make this city run to $22 an hour, and implement a mental health crisis response unit without police, modeled after Denver's extremely successful STAR unit, and pay for these safety measures by divesting from the police budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Matthew Cooper. Is Mr. Cooper here? Okay. That is the end of public comment for today.
Madam Mayor, may I? I just want to mention about the STAR program. I'm familiar with the STAR program. I, in fact, brought this up several years ago as for implementation here, certainly as a pilot program here in Raleigh, and I want you to know that I still support that concept. I do believe it is a model program for use throughout the country, and I would like to see us pursue that. And so if at some point we are able to do that, you would have my support.
Okay, thank you. All right, next we have Planning Commission report.
Good afternoon, Travis Crane, Planning and Development, joined by Roberta Fox with the Planning Commission. So we'll start out by looking at the items that you already have calendared for public hearing. You see June 7 is starting to become a busy evening. The proposed fiscal year 22 and 23 operating budget will be the star of that show, but there are some additional comprehensive plan amendments, text changes, and zoning cases currently calendared. June 21 and July 5th, considerably lighter, so that's where staff is recommending our items end up today. So here's a breakdown. You've got 8 items coming to you from the Planning Commission. I'll come back to this slide at the end just so you can see how each one of these requests is being proposed for public hearing. So I'll start with an informational item. This is FP 122, and it is the FEMA floodplain maps. You actually have this item later on your agenda today under the public hearing, and this is just a referral from the Planning Commission. They reviewed these maps and have recommended approval, so you have that now as part of your record, and you will hear this, as I mentioned, later on today. So there's no need to schedule a public hearing with that item. First item is CP 1421 busway streets. So this is a city-initiated comprehensive plan amendment that would amend map T1 in the street plan to redesignate certain corridors as BRT and busway streets. So it's a new street typology that would be envisioned in our policy document. This is tied to TC 421, which is also on today's public hearing, for cross sections to be included in the UDO. So where TC 421 places these regulations in the zoning code, this would be the policy that that supports that in the comprehensive plan. And Planning Commission recommends approval of this request 6-0, and staff is recommending a public hearing of June 21st. Next is Comprehensive Plan Amendment CP 422. This is a third-party application that came to the city for Wyncote Street or Wyncote Drive, and the request would remove the Wyncote Drive extension from the street plan map. The Planning Commission has found this to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. This is associated with a current site plan that has been submitted and is currently under review by staff for 115 apartment units. Planning Commission recommends approval of this request 6-0, and staff is recommending a June 21st public hearing. Rezoning Z8721 is located at Glenwood Avenue and North Street. It's a little bit over an acre in size. It's currently zoned DX7 shopfront, and the request is to rezone to DX40 shopfront with zoning conditions. This is consistent with the future land use map, with the urban form map, and the comprehensive plan, and the Planning Commission recommends unanimous approval. Staff is recommending a public hearing of June 21st. The final item for recommendation on June 21 is rezoning Z1322. This is on Creedmoor Road, just north of Millbrook, about a half acre in size, currently zoned R4. Request is for OX3. This is consistent with the future land use map and comprehensive plan. Planning Commission recommends approval of this unanimously, and as I mentioned, this would be suggested for public hearing on June 21. Next is rezoning Z6721, which has been referred to by staff as the North Hills assemblage. You can see it's multiple properties in the area of Lassiter Mill, Six Forks, and Rowan Street. So this is a little bit in excess of 11 acres in size. Properties are currently zoned CX5 parking limited, CX12 urban limited, and the request would rezone these properties to CX12, CX30, and CX40, all with the urban limited frontage and all with zoning conditions. This is consistent with the future and land use map, with the urban form map, and the comprehensive plan. The Planning Commission recommends approval of this request 4-1, and there is a recommended public hearing date of July 5th of this year. Next is rezoning Z7121, which is on the north side of Strickland, between Strickland Road and I-540, just to the east of Leesville Road. It's a parcel that is currently zoned R1, a little bit more than 16 acres in size. It's got the Falls Watershed Protection Overlay District and Special Highway Overlay District mapped on top of it. The request is to rezone to R4 conditional use, retaining both of those overlay districts. This is consistent with the future land use map, urban form map, and comprehensive plan. Planning Commission recommends unanimous approval, and staff recommends a public hearing of July 5. Next case is rezoning Z7421 on Newbern Avenue, almost 5 acres in size. Request is to rezone from CX4 parking limited with conditions to CX12 urban general conditional use, and applying the transit overlay district overlay. This is consistent with the future land use map with the comprehensive plan, and Planning Commission recommends unanimous approval. Staff recommends a July 5 public hearing. I believe this is our final zoning case on the docket from the Planning Commission. This is rezoning Z8221 at Edwards Mill, Arkleton Drive, and Cornwall Place. This is just south of or up the hill from Crabtree Valley Mall. It's a collection of properties that total just over 8 acres in size. They're currently zoned R6. The request is to rezone to RX7 and OX7 parking limited with conditions. This is consistent with the future land use map, with the urban form map, and comprehensive plan. Planning Commission recommends unanimous approval here, and staff recommends a public hearing of July 5th. So I will go back to the listing of items and take any questions you might have.
Councilmember Cox.
Z67, is that consistent with the Midtown St. Albans Small Area Plan?
So there's a full analysis contained within the staff report. I don't have it committed to memory. I know that there were policies that were identified as being consistent. The Planning Commission opines that this is consistent overall with the comprehensive plan, and the small area plan is a part of the comprehensive plan. So that's part of the recommendation. But the staff report will go into much more detail there.
So you're not prepared to say publicly whether or not it's consistent with the small area plan?
Well, I just don't have that knowledge at the top of my brain right now.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, can we, City Attorney, I make a motion just to go with all of these suggestions for dates for public hearings for all of the above listed items. Is that okay to do it as a group?
Yes, absolutely. Just make the motion for all of the ones that appear on the screen at this time, and you can do them all at the same time.
Okay, that's my motion. Do I have a second? Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Stewart. All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Clerk, thank you. Now we're on to special items. First item is rezoning Z4521 Navajo Drive.
Good afternoon, Bynum Walter, Planning and Development. This is a case that appeared in front of you, 2 weeks ago from the report of the Planning Commission, and was held so that the applicant could make a couple revisions before you scheduled the public hearing. Those revisions have been offered by the applicant. They're making 3 changes here. They're lengthening the notice for residential tenants from 30 days to 60 days. They've specified that the affordable units that they have promised would be provided on site rather than in the form of a financial contribution, which was previously part of their offer. And then they have capped their entitlement below what zoning would otherwise permit at levels that match those that were used for the traffic study. So those have been offered, signatures are in place. You can act to schedule the public hearing today. You could schedule that as early as June 7th if you liked.
Okay. Councilmember Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I move approval. Pardon me. I move to set the public hearing for June 7th.
Seconded by Councilmember Branch. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. Next, we have the Small Business Parking Relief Program update.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Matt Courier, Parking Manager for the city. Back again with our COVID-19 temporary downtown small business parking program. So we're going to walk through a little bit of background and history on the program. We'll do program and occupancy updates. We'll have a couple options for consideration and then next steps. So as you'll remember, the temporary small business parking relief program was for storefront businesses of less than 50 employees that are restaurants, retailers, or personal service businesses. The passes were for storefront business owners and employees with a max of 10 passes per business. And council allocated 400 total passes at no cost to participants for the program. It's located at five of the city-owned downtown parking decks for 24/7 access. We started the program back on January 6th of 2021, and back in March, council extended the program through June 30th of 2022. So a little bit of update on the program. So the chart you see in front of you shows the 5 parking decks that are a part of the program. It then shows the businesses that are spread across those parking decks, and then the total passes that those businesses have in each of those parking decks. So a total of 359 passes out of the 400 have been allocated. You'll see that there's pretty even distribution across 4 of the 5 parking decks, and there's still limited space available under that 400 pass cap. Next, we looked at occupancy in April of 2022. In this chart, you'll see the same 5 parking decks across the top. You'll then see the total spaces that are gated in each of the parking decks, and then the max occupancy that we saw on any given day in that month of April. Then we show the percent occupied, and then the percent committed in each of those decks. So to walk through municipal, it has 328 spaces above the gate. We saw a total of, or a max occupancy of 128 cars in the parking deck. That's 39% occupied. And then that parking deck is 72% committed. What that means is out of the total available monthly passes that we have, 72% were either sold or were committed through a parking agreement. Pretty large disparity in the municipal deck between committed and occupied. What we're seeing is the impacts of flexible schedules and hybrid work environments. We saw occupancy peaks on Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays pretty consistently across the parking decks, showing those most folks are flexing Mondays and Fridays. And then we saw peak occupancies between 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. So we saw steady increases in the morning until about 11 p.m. or so, then we would hit our max, and starting at 2 p.m. in the afternoon, we would start to decline. So again, flexible arrival times and flexible end of day times, at least in the office. You will see Wilmington Street Station and Convention Center, who are more occupied than committed. That is because those have higher daily parkers than some of the other parking decks. And then the City Center is certainly an outlier at about 97% committed. That's because there is a large parking agreement with a large downtown tech company that commits the majority of those parking spaces in that deck. So on to parking deck monthly accounts. We continue to see steady growth. This is the last 13 months. We have gone up just around 1,000 parking spaces in that time period, but we're still only 82% of where we were in March of 2020. So good growth, but not quite to where we were pre-COVID. And then moving to our daily parker revenue, we've seen some uneven but positive recovery. You'll see we're substantially higher in March of 22 than we were in April of 21, but we'll see peaks and valleys throughout that, representing some of the peaks and valleys of spread of COVID, as well as some seasonal drop-offs in January where we typically don't see as many transient or daily parkers in downtown. March of 2022 was our highest daily parker revenue of any month since COVID. However, it's still about 50% of where we were pre-COVID. Special event revenue isn't represented on here. However, we have seen dramatic increases over the last several months in revenue from special event parking. So back in March, Council asked staff to look for options for a metric-driven program rather than a program that ends just on a date. So staff looked at attaching program changes to specific parking deck occupancy thresholds. So staff would recommend that the threshold be applied to each parking deck in the program independently, and it must be above the threshold for more than 5 days in a month. And then when that threshold is triggered, there'd be a 30-day notice sent to parkers to shift to remaining decks. So staff would offer option 1 of 75% occupancy threshold or an 85% occupancy threshold for council consideration. But I want to walk through first how we would operationalize that. So again, council would choose the occupancy threshold, and then we would apply independently to each parking deck. Once it's met, for more than 5 days in a month, that parking deck would be considered no longer in the program. So participants in the program that are in that parking deck would receive a notice giving them until the end of the month to notify our partners at the car park to move to one of the remaining parking decks in the program or choose an alternative parking arrangement. And then the process would continue until all of the participating parking decks have met whatever that threshold is that we set. Throughout that process, we'll have council touch points. So staff will send periodic updates on parking deck occupancy via the manager's update. And then any time that a parking deck threshold is met, staff will notify council of that. So I'll pause there for thoughts and discussion.
Matt, quick question. How many people participate in the program? How many passes do we give out monthly?
So we have 359 passes that have been allocated, but not everybody has activated all of their passes. So there's 284 that have been activated. So some businesses asked for 5, but only have activated 3 or 2, for an example.
I'm just trying to get a handle on whether this really even impacts our garages. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, we're going through a lot of thought here on about thresholds, but if we're helping businesses be successful, I know, we've had this conversation. You're responsible for the finances, and that's how you're supposed to think. But I'm just wondering if this is necessary. I don't know. Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
So just looking at these two options, I definitely think we should go with option 2, the 85%. Overall, I know I'm like jumping the gun. I'm like ready for you to put a bow on this, because I think what you're bringing before us is a nice compromise and a nice way forward to have a more permanent solution for our downtown working employees of restaurants and retail. So that's where I think if we see the rest of it, that we'll see it's a really holistic, forward-looking approach. So maybe that'll help, Mayor.
Yeah, I would add to that this would be the interim solution. Once the program ends or prior to program ending, and I'll jump to it, staff would be working for a potential permanent program that would incorporate some level of criteria, either the same criteria or different criteria. We'd work collaboratively with our partners at Downtown Raleigh Alliance to gather stakeholder input and help define program parameters and participant criteria. Council may want to adjust, the number of, the size of the businesses that we help, take away storefronts, add storefronts. There's several criteria in the program that, we could certainly modify as we move to a permanent program. And then council would certainly have final input on, the policy, potential identification of a funding source, and then a reminder that our new parking deck equipment that's coming is going to provide greater flexibility and options across the board, not just for this program, but certainly for all of the different kind of needs that folks have when they come into downtown.
Yeah, you next. I just wanted to follow up with one question. Why the 5-day trigger?
Yeah, so what we didn't want to do is have some extraordinary moment happen during the month and all of a sudden take the deck out of commission and not hit that threshold again. So we said, well, we want to trigger these changes once we see kind of consistent being above whatever this threshold is. We didn't want just a single day bump to change it, so we chose 5 days. We could certainly do more than that or less than that.
I'm just thinking for events like bluegrass or something that lasts more than 5 days.
So we would be careful around special events. So what I think the program is really about is those daytime workers and those consistent occupancy thresholds in those parking decks. So I think if we held bluegrass for a week or some other large event for a week,
right.
I think staff would want to consider that before having that be a trigger across all of our parking decks, knowing that they won't sustain at that same level.
Okay, just so you're aware of that, and we'll keep that in mind.
Absolutely.
Good, thank you. Councilmember Buffkin?
Thank you. So, Mr. Courier, I didn't see the Cabarrus deck listed in your charts. Are we calling that a different name now, or is it not in the program? Or?
We didn't add it into the program. We tried to select parking decks that were kind of adjacent to where we thought the majority of the need was. Cabarrus deck is directly next to the Convention Center underground deck, so we just chose that one over the Cabarrus Street parking deck.
Any other questions? Councilmember Melton?
I don't have questions, but we're voting on this, is that right?
I think we're providing them with the direction on the option discussed.
Well, I would support option 2, 85%. The mayor's suggestion that we exclude the special events from the 5-day tracking. And then I really like the idea on the permanent program, coming up with something that's going to work a little bit better.
Yep.
So that's where I'm at.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Stewart. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that passes unanimously, Clerk. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Next, we have the encroachment agreement on Malone Court.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Pat Young with Planning and Development here on behalf of our partners in the Transportation Department and City Attorney's Office who's worked on this item and their colleagues here in the chambers to answer questions, along with the applicant for this item. You'll recall that this item first appeared on your agenda at the May 3rd, at your last meeting, May 3rd, 2022 agenda, as a consent item, and Council directed that this item be returned to staff to evaluate additional options, which we have done. But before we do that, we're going to provide some background and more details on the current requests. So on your screen here, you'll see the properties that are involved. In July of 2000, the construction plan for the Villages of Fox Run, which is shown here in blue, was approved. And in 2001, trees and landscaping along the northern side of Malone Court near the intersection of Fox Road were planted, and an entry sign and irrigation system were installed. Much later, it was determined that all of these improvements were installed in the city's right-of-way, which is a key fact leading us to the item before you today. In July of 2017, the property shown on this slide in peach is now known as the Fox Road Townhomes, was rezoned. And during the rezoning process, concern about the preservation and maintenance of that landscaping that I referenced earlier was raised by the representatives of the homeowner association at the villages of Fox Run. So no zoning condition was provided, but to preserve the landscaping, but staff and the applicant have taken subsequent steps to help ensure the preservation of those trees. When the administrative approvals for the Fox Road townhouses came into staff in mid-2018, staff and the applicant were aware of the interest in preserving these trees. However, the Unified Development Ordinance requires that all new development provide a sidewalk and street trees, and that is required to be done in the public right-of-way if that public right-of-way is of an appropriate width, which is the case here with Malone Court. And so in order to preserve the trees, a design adjustment was required, and a design adjustment is a modification of the typical UDO standards. So since the aforementioned trees and other improvements were and are located in the right-of-way, where the required sidewalk and street trees would typically be required to be located, a design adjustment for the sidewalk location was sought by the applicant, which allowed them to install the required sidewalk on their property rather than in the right-of-way, as is typically the case. And that also allowed the preservation of the existing trees in Malone Court. The applicant sought to use some of those trees to meet their requirement to provide street trees, which is also a UDO requirement. So, and this was done to address the concerns raised by the Fox Run homeowners at the rezoning process. And the required design adjustment, and there's some text here, the required design adjustment was approved in 2018. It allowed for the on-site sidewalk I referenced. It also required that the applicant seek this encroachment agreement that's before you today, so that they could maintain these trees and ensure that the subsequent development stays in compliance with the street tree requirement and maintain those 18 trees that are required. So this item before you today is the applicant fulfilling the requirement of this administrative approval that you see on your screen. And so the area in question is in yellow there. This is a close-up of it that shows the 18 trees in question. There's also, as I mentioned, a monument sign, a irrigation system, and some other non-tree landscaping. So council's options at this point are for you to approve the current encroachment agreement that's before you today. Option 2 includes approving the current encroachment agreement before you today, which would allow the developer to proceed with platting and selling these lots and having housing built on these locations. And then you could subsequently or concurrently today direct staff to work with the villages of Fox Run HOA to develop a parallel encroachment agreement that could be identical or could have slight modifications in what's covered by it to ensure that they have rights also to encroach in the right-of-way and maintain the improvements that they installed. And then option 3 would be to deny the current encroachment agreement and have staff work with representative HOA to have sole encroachment authority to maintain this the referenced improvements along Malone Court. So with that, I'll be happy to take any questions. And like I said, there are many colleagues and the applicant representative here to take some questions.
Okay, could you go back, Patrick, to the options?
Oh, sure.
Thank you. Councilmember Cox?
Okay, regarding the option about involving the HOA, in fact, has been involved for the past month through their attorney. Their attorney has contacted the city attorney's office. They have written their own encroachment agreement. The implication that the HOA has to yet develop an encroachment agreement, I think, is not correct. Their attorney has, in fact, written an encroachment agreement. They have reviewed it with the city attorney's office, I believe with David York and also with Brandon. And I believe that encroachment agreement is complete from what I understand. I've been copied on all of the emails between the city attorney's office and the HOA's attorney. And I want to say that the HOA has been maintaining this landscaping for 21 years. It is what it is today because they've installed the irrigation system. They pay for professional landscapers to come and take care of this landscaping. This is a small townhome community. It's a working class community, and they don't really have amenities. This is one of the few amenities that they have in this neighborhood, and they take great pride in it. And so they have requested that they be allowed to enter into an encroachment agreement to maintain this landscaping. They have the insurance. They have the financing available to do that through their dues. And as I say, they've been doing this for 21 years, and they've made a significant investment over those years in terms of what they've paid to maintain this landscaping, as well as irrigation, and as well as paying all of the ongoing water bills, for example. And so, unless I'm mistaken, Madam Attorney, I believe their encroachment agreement is ready to go, and I would make a motion that we accept the HOA's encroachment agreement in order to meet this requirement to preserve and protect, or this goal to preserve and protect the landscaping in this right-of-way.
Can we get a response from the city attorney?
Yes. Okay, so my office has been working on this quite a bit the last several weeks. With respect to the encroachment agreement, the one that was requested is for the 18 trees for the applicant. Our office has communicated and reviewed that agreement, and I think it is absolutely fine today, and Michael Moore is here somewhere, I think. The council could decide to grant that encroachment agreement for the 18 trees to the applicant, to the homeowners association, or to both of them jointly. In either one of those options would satisfy the condition, and as soon as it was executed and recorded, the subdivision plat would be able to be recorded, and the lots could be sold. So it could be granted for the 18 trees. With respect to the rest of the encroachments, the sign and that type of thing, I think from a legal perspective, we have looked at the form of the agreement, and there's not any legal issues with it, but I would like to defer to transportation about what else they might need with respect to the location of the signs and the irrigation and that, because I don't know where we are on that. The form of the agreement's fine, but there also has to be an exhibit with a map on it that says where everything is, and I'm not sure we have that. I think one reason we've kind of gotten where we are is because some of the things got located in the right-of-way instead of where they're supposed to, but I think they want to check and make sure everything where it's supposed to be, but I'll defer to transportation on that. But legally, there's not any problem with the form of the agreement.
Good afternoon, Daniel King with the Transportation Department. Our city attorney is correct that the encroachment agreement itself has been reviewed by them. What has not happened is we do not have an application through the encroachment process, through the Transportation Department, or a map of all of those items to evaluate that encroachment in order to move that full encroachment forward for all of the items. The only thing that we've seen in full so far is for the 18 trees.
And my understanding, the trees you can vote on today 100%, and as far as anything else, I'll just defer to whatever they say they need.
And to be clear, regarding the trees, I mean, we could choose either to enter an encroachment agreement with the developer, or we could enter an encroachment agreement with the HOA.
Correct.
And the HOA clearly has a long-standing interest in maintaining this.
Just wanted to clarify before you act on that motion. Certainly, it's legally permissible to do exactly what Dr. Cox just moved. The concern may be that the requirement to maintain these trees is incumbent upon the new applicant, the developer that submitted the encroachment agreement for you today. If this is granted solely to the adjacent properties HOA, they would have the ability to control or manage longstanding compliance with the new developer's street tree requirement. So I just want to make sure council's aware of that before you take action.
Okay. Councilmember Knight and then Melton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to be clear, the applicant before us today is the developer, not Village at Fox Run. And so that would be an alternate encroachment agreement. The one before us today is being brought to us by the developer.
Right. I think what we've said is if you vote for the homeowners association to have it today, it would be a matter of switching that name out and the name only. I'm looking at my people. Yes. So everything else in the encroachment agreement is in order. So if you want to grant it to the homeowners association, you would have to just leave it exactly like it is, switch out the names. It wouldn't include anything else. Now, in order for the lots to be recorded and to be let loose, if you will, that encroachment agreement by the homeowners association would have to be signed and recorded by them. So that would be something that would need to be done in order to release the developer to do what they need to do, if that makes sense.
Follow up, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
So is there a formal application before us by the village at Fox Run?
Yes.
There is.
There, as you heard from Mr. King, there is a draft, as Dr. Cox alluded to, that's been circulated that looks substantially compliant in terms of form, but there hasn't been an application and a map and some other associated requirements.
But
follow up
to act on their proposal today.
But let's clarify this. There are two things.
Councilmember
One is
Cox.
one is for the trees and one is for
Councilmember
the
Cox.
landscaping.
Councilmember Cox,
I
you're
wanna be-
interrupting
And I want this to
a
be clear.
council member who was speaking.
I want this
That
to
is
be clear.
Councilmember Knight. You will have an opportunity to be called on after.
All right.
And you're not next, then it's Councilmember Melton. So Councilmember Knight, continue, please, without any more interruptions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also want to be clear, too. That's why I'm asking these questions, Councilor Cox. Does the developer care who the encroachment agreement is with or applied by?
Yeah, I'd recommend that you address that to the developer's agent who was in the room somewhere here. Yeah, Tom.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mayor Baldwin, council members. My name is Howard Kahn. I live at 5103 Isabella Cannon Drive, 27612. I'm here as counsel for the applicant, developer Murdoch and Gannon Construction, Inc. This is Steve Gannon, who is a principal in Murdoch and Gannon. So to address the question that's on the table, our plan has always been to allow the adjacent homeowners association to have primary maintenance responsibility of these street trees. And we would be almost a guarantor that that maintenance is performed. And I understand from Councilman Cox this considerable investment that the adjacent homeowners association has in these trees and the other matters, but my client has a very considerable investment in its project, which has been delayed and delayed and delayed as far as the approval of our encroachment agreement at a tremendous cost and undertaking of time. Questions?
Councilmember Melton.
I don't have a question. For a minute, I was trying to figure out why we're fighting about these trees, because it's just like who's going to take care of them. That's really what we're talking about.
Yep.
And I'm sure if everyone out there watching is like riveted by this discussion right now. It seems to me that if the homeowners association has been doing it and wants to keep doing it, then they ought to be the ones that are allowed to do it. But I understand from the developer side, getting this agreement signed and recorded is the last step to getting your project going. So are we able to give the HOA the encroachment agreement, but tell them that they have to execute it and sign it and record it in a certain amount of time? Like, let's put a time limit on it so it can't linger forever, and let's just, sounds like the staff has everything they need for these trees, and if the HOA wants to come back and ask for some more for the street signs or whatever, they can do that, but let's just get these, let's do some of these trees and get it recorded so we can move this forward. And so I would second Councilmember Cox's motion with a friendly amendment to put a time limit on it so we can get it turned around.
And I accept that amendment.
What's the time limit? Oh,
yeah.
Mr.
All
Khan.
things considered, I think the perfect resolution in this case would be for my client to enter into an encroachment agreement with the adjoining HOA that gives them the authorization to come upon the property in order to maintain the trees. And that's the the focus of what that association wants, I believe, is to continue to maintain the trees. But that encroachment agreement needs to be with my client, not necessarily the city of Raleigh. And as far as this competing or this parallel plan or encroachment agreement submission, no one has reached out to us to tell us that this is in the works. The attorney for the HOA, we would love to have engaged them, and we want to let them continue maintaining these trees and do everything they want to do, but not at the cost of delaying our project further when we've done everything we've been asked to do by the city of Raleigh. And that was included that we obtained the encroachment agreement.
I see some head nodding with Councilmember Melton. What are you?
I stand by my second of Councilmember Cox's motion, and I would suggest that we do a 5-day requirement, that they have 5 days to sign and execute the agreement with the HOA so that these guys can get their project going.
Yeah, and I accept that amendment.
There's a motion and a second.
Okay, hold on one second, Councilmember Buffkin.
Thank you. So I thought we were getting somewhere, but now I'm a little confused. So I'm looking to the city attorney because the encroachment agreement doesn't sound like the right thing here. That's usually an agreement between a public entity and a private entity, not between two private entities, right? I mean,
That's what the motion is. It's run from the city and the homeowners association.
Right, that's the motion.
okay.
And my only question is, I guess for transportation and my people, is 5 days enough? And
Well, that's a good question too.
Yeah.
But we just heard talk about the need for an agreement between two private entities.
But that's not the motion, correct?
That's not the motion.
That's not the motion. The motion was to have the city enter into an encroachment agreement. And I'm not taking sides, I'm just trying to do the legal stuff here. The way that the administrative approval was written is it said that an encroachment agreement had to be granted. It didn't say that it had to be granted to any particular entity. So the zoning administrator has reviewed that and determined that the city could grant the encroachment agreement to the homeowners association, or developer, or jointly. Those are either one of those things will release them to record their plat. So the motion is to enter into it with the city and the homeowners association with a set time limit that won't let the homeowners association, if you will, hold the developer hostage to sell their lots. And so the period is 5 days. Legally, that's fine. I was just making sure that there was time to get the documentation done, and I don't know the answer to that, but I would defer to the staff, I guess.
May I just add, Mayor, some more legalese? I meant when the homeowner association gets it, they've got 5 days to turn around. So if it takes y'all 30 days to get them the agreement, then that's...
no.
But
Oh, no.
I'm not saying you should, but the point was...
Oh, we don't have to do anything. I think it just
I'm
has
just saying
to...
they have 5 days from the time they get the agreement to sign it and get it recorded.
They just have to switch the name out. I mean, that's not any legal thing. That's ready to go. So I just want to make sure 5 days from when they get it, or whatever you want to do, but that legally works.
Could I have a follow-up, please?
Yes.
So what if they don't sign?
Then it just reverts back to the...
Thank you. That was for the city attorney.
If they don't sign, then the motion is no good and the action expires, and I think it comes back.
Okay, now I have one more question, if I may, Mayor.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Okay, so all that was very helpful. Thank you. So we also just heard we don't have a formal application. This is not the usual process. And I mean, that's for me is kind of an overriding concern of why isn't this coming us the usual way? Why don't we have an application with the staff giving us analysis of that and what it means? And I mean, I'm just, how did we get here?
Yeah, I can answer that question. So we do have a formal application from the developer for the 18 trees that are before you today. That came 4 weeks ago to council and was deferred to today, and that's what we're back with, is that formal application. We do not have a formal application from the Villages of Fox Run Townhome Association for either these 18 trees or any other. What our attorney has said is that we can substitute the name on the existing agreement that's before you today for the 18 trees. We do have a formal application for those 18 trees.
Councilmember Knight?
Thank you. Just to be clear, who is the property owner, and does the city have a right-of-way over that property? Is that the situation? The developer's the property owner, and the city has a right-of-way over the property?
The developer is the property owner, and the city has the right-of-way over Malone Court and the property that's adjacent to that development, yes.
Okay. And then last, does the village at Fox Run HOA have any representation here, formal, not from a council perspective, but from a lawyer or a representative?
I don't believe so.
They were advised of the proceedings.
They were made aware of the proceedings and of the desire of the developer to speak with them.
If I may, Mayor?
Thank you.
Not done. So the homeowners association has been advised that the developer would like to speak with them and of today's proceedings, and they're not here.
Through our attorney's office, yes, ma'am. I have not had any direct conversation with them, though.
And they have not met with the developer or contacted them.
I'll let them respond to that.
No, to both.
That's concerning to me.
I can address that if you'll give me a chance.
Please do.
Well, first of all, we're here in the middle of the afternoon, and as I mentioned, this is a working class neighborhood, and those individuals are not able to attend this meeting this afternoon. Secondly,
They could send an email, though, to city council.
well, they've been sending them to me, and I've been in communication with them, and I have copies of correspondence. They've been in communication with the city attorney. They have, through their attorney, submitted an application. Whether or not that's considered a formal application or not, I don't know, but I do know that they have submitted an application, and so I'm not sure if we're just mincing words here or not. I mean, this came before council 4 weeks ago. I wasn't aware of it until I actually read it on the consent agenda after the agenda came out just a few days before the council meeting. The homeowners association certainly didn't know about this. And they have had to scramble, and they have had to contact an attorney and engage an attorney, and they have done so responsibly. That attorney has, in fact, very, very responsibly and very quickly engaged with the city attorney's office and with the city staff. They have drafted an application and submitted it. But even if that application is considered by the staff as not appropriate at this time, obviously there is a way forward where we can substitute the name on the existing application in order to move this forward. I believe we have a motion and a second before us. I'm willing to amend that even further to allow the developer, if the HOA does not respond in 5 days, that the developer can move forward with the application.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Stewart, you had your hand raised.
I was going to call the question, so I appreciate the amendment, and I'll call the question.
Okay, so I just want some clarity, though, before we vote. It's 5 days, but then somebody said, well, you could take 30 days. I want some assurances that this is going to move quickly through this
I've gotten assurances that it could be totally executed and recorded in a day.
Okay,
So
thank you.
I think 5 days is reasonable.
And my
Right.
comment to that was, I meant the homeowners can't hold it, but I wasn't trying to make staff rush, but it sounds like they can do it quickly, so I think
In
we're
one
there.
day.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
No.
I am not sure where all this confusion came in, but certainly the ideal thing would have been the developer and the HOA working together on an encroachment agreement. I don't get it, but we've solved it. We've already spent this much time on it.
Okay.
Okay. No, go on.
Oh, okay. I sent an email to Councilmember Cox on March 9th, asking him to please work out a solution on this. And we received no response from him. And we have been trying to resolve this. I've been working on this since the first of the year to get this resolved. This project is completely done, ready to go. We have it under contract, and it's, I almost feel it's almost intentional what's being done to me here. I have done everything that the city has asked me to do. We've saved all the plants, all the trees, everything has been perfect. So I just need to get this thing resolved, and I'm more than happy to sit with them. I thought we had all this resolved when we went through the rezoning, but anyway, I just want to let you know that I did send an email to Mr. Cox asking him to please sit down and talk to them and to try to get this resolved, and I received no response. I just wanted that to be recorded.
Thank you. And, well, we now have a path forward, so I hope that this will work.
Okay. Well, thank you so much.
City Attorney, I'm going to kind of leave this in your hands to marshal it forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Cox.
Regarding the accusation that I did not respond to his email, that is false. First of all, I was not aware from the email that this involved this encroachment agreement. Secondly, when I received it, he was asking me to intercede on his behalf, and I replied and I forwarded it to staff. Those emails are part of public record, and I'm happy to produce them. But I do not appreciate being accused of not responding.
I think what he said is you didn't respond to him, but let's not belabor the point. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, now we will have our proposed parks bond discussion.
Good afternoon, Mayor Baldwin and members of the City Council. I'm Stephen Bentley. I'm one of the Assistant Directors for the Raleigh Parks Department. We have a short presentation for you today following up on our work session from last Tuesday. Our agenda for you today is to summarize some of the feedback that you provided to proceed with the direction for today and confirm that direction, provide an updated bond list and tax impacts, a timeline for you, and next steps to consider, as well as a recommendation. So a summary of what we heard last week and confirm the direction today is to identify approximately $21 million in project opportunities to allow all of the projects within the bond to proceed at a bond value of $275 million. Those project opportunities could include, but wouldn't be limited to this list, which this list includes philanthropy, public-private partnerships or public-public partnerships. We could partner with another government organization, naming, sponsorships, grants, in-kind contributions, as well as rescoping and phasing projects when funding opportunities are not identified. Additional direction you provided to us was to rescope and adjust the proposed budget for Devereux Meadows, focus on what we need versus what we want as a park system, and develop an implementation plan with a focus on equity. The last bullet we will bring to you in future meetings. Three things that we looked at and guidance that you provided to us was to look at the larger projects around $10 million or greater. Consider projects that have the ability to be reduced in scope or to break into up into phases for future funding opportunities. The third would be is to look at projects that have multiple elements in which we could seek philanthropy, including naming rights or naming efforts. Excuse me. So here's the project list. The bond project list is now in alphabetical order. Those lines that are highlighted in yellow are projects that we looked at and targeted opportunities for future funding for. I'll go through those in the subsequent slide, but this is the comprehensive list. As you can see, we scaled from $296 million down to $275 million. There's 23 projects, and we identified 11 projects with opportunities for the list of funding opportunities that I shared earlier. So I'll go through these 11 projects now. Deborah Meadows was reduced from $13.5 million to $11.5 million. We have discussed with Stormwater, and they have contributed $2 million extra dollars to look at the stream restoration work within the project. We reduced the funding for Dorothea Dix Park's building upfit from $5 million to $3 million. We see opportunities there for public-private partnerships. Aaronsbrook Park implementation. The master plan is complete, and we feel like we could phase this project, and we could also look at opportunities for grants and some other opportunities within the project. John Chavis Memorial Park Phase 2, a significant portion of that project is a large outdoor aquatic center. We feel like through grants, philanthropy, or sponsorship, there's a range of opportunities for us to work on potential funding increases. The Leonard property, also called Falls Park, includes the potential to have in-river or whitewater type elements. We feel like that might be an opportunity for us to seek funds for. Method Road Community Center, we reduced that amount only by $1 million because it is a historic center. Unlike some of the other ones, it is not new construction. Neighborhood and Community Connections, we did reduce that by $1.75 million because we feel as though we can partner with several developers that are currently working in and around our greenway system. Sertoma Arts Center, which is a comprehensive renovation of the Sertoma Arts Center in North Raleigh. We feel like we could possibly look at partnering with some aspects of the creative community. And then Strickland Road and Leesville Road Parks is an example of where we actually rescoped. We were seeking 2 new restrooms to replace temporary ones, as well as park amenities like fitness equipment. So we feel like the priority is in putting in permanent restrooms, so we reduced the park amenities and play equipment down by $2.5 million. Tarboro Road Community Center, being a new, completely new center, we feel like Chavis has the opportunity for grants, naming, sponsorship, and other partnership opportunities. And then finally, the Walnut Creek Greenway has several new developments that in and around it that we feel like we could partner with the development community to add value to that project. So this, in summary, it's a $275 million bond assumption with $11 million in annual operating costs. To a median value home in the city of Raleigh, based on January 2021, is $256,000. That would be a 4-penny increase, and that would have a homeowner impact of $103. All of this would take effect not this fiscal year, but fiscal year 24. So next steps for the council to consider on June 7th would be your first formal vote, which would be the purpose of the bond referendum, the dollar amount of the bond referendum. Also, based on feedback from both the Parks Board and Council last Tuesday, we will work with the Parks, Recreation, and Greenway Advisory Board on a public process to rename Deborah Meadows. And then finally, we will bring back to you before your July 5th public hearing a prioritized rollout of these bond projects based on, with a focus on equity. This is a reminder from your last meeting. I highlighted the June 7th calendar. June 21st would be your second formal vote, which is an introduction of bond orders allowing for the filing of sworn statement of debt and statement of estimated interest, as well as providing public notice for a public hearing. The public hearing would be on July 5th. A formal vote would be required to adopt the bond purpose and bond amount, and a call for the referendum, with the referendum being on November 8th. Our recommendation to you today is to authorize staff to prepare the required documentation and agenda item language establishing the purpose of the bond, the specific dollar amount for council's consideration at the June 7th meeting. And I can take any questions.
Okay, any questions? Okay, do we have a motion? Councilmember Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Before we go there, I was not able to be at the last meeting, and just wanted to offer a few comments on the overall package and the plan forward. And thank you, Mayor Baldwin, for conveying my views at the last meeting. So I do support this wholeheartedly, and I'm really pleased with the package we got together. It hits all the marks I was looking for as part of spreading investment across the city. You know, it's more than I would want to spend, but we're in a very difficult environment, and it costs. The costs are what the costs are. But most importantly, I've been talking with a lot of people about this. Some of my friends on the Parks Board probably like to see us have a bond package of $500 million, and I'm not ready to do that, and I don't know that most of us are. But this is a good number that works out to about $8.50 a month for the median household tax, and I'm really excited about it. I think our campaign partners are ready to get this passed, and I wholeheartedly support moving it forward. Thank you.
Do you have a motion?
Stephen, can I see it again? Thank you. I move to authorize staff to prepare the required documentation and agenda item language establishing the purpose of the bond and specific dollar amount for the council's consideration on June 7th.
Do I have a second? Councilmember Knight has seconded. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? No. Okay, that's opposed by Councilmember Fort and Cox. Okay, next we have the report and recommendation of the city manager.
Mayor, I'm sorry, City Manager. I need to be excused, and I'd ask to be excused from voting for the remainder of the meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Buffkin will be excused for the remainder of the meeting.
You do your homework, because I'm going to test you on it tomorrow. Now, good afternoon, Mayor and City Council, and to our viewing audience. For those of us in local government, we like to say this is the most wonderful time of the year. So each of you were presented your presents a couple of hours ago in anticipation of the presentation by Mary Vigue and myself this afternoon. And so before Mary get into some of the specific details of the proposed budget, I'm going to give you a broad overview of what this budget encompasses, how it will help us do our work, and how it is an indication of where we plan to go in the future. So, with that, it is with great pleasure that I present to you the manager's proposed budget for the fiscal year 2023 and the proposed 5-year capital improvement plan for FY23 through FY27 in accordance with the provisions of the city charter and the state's Fiscal Control Act. Collectively, these documents represent a financial roadmap for the city of Raleigh, a map that for us guides operational decision-making, helps to strengthen our organizational values, advances our city council priorities, and reinvests in vital community initiatives. Our commitment over the last year has been to resilient service, ensuring that the needs of the residents of Raleigh and our community are met while adjusting from the global pandemic. We are committed to providing services in a more efficient and effective manner more now than ever before. And we continue to seek innovative and sustainable measures for organizational improvement. The city has been tested, and we have risen to meet the challenges by being flexible and transforming our patterns and our service delivery models. The proposed budget reinforces our commitment to fiscal and environmental stewardship, operational efficiency, strategic investments, and effective change management. Through the budget process, we stayed true to our historic guiding principles, which have been, we will present a balanced budget to reflect the community's economic conditions, maintain our greatest asset, that is our workforce, avoid solely relying on deferring our capital maintenance to balance the budget, and continuing to provide great service to our community. Through this lens, you will see our robust spirit of optimism as we change our focal point from the unprecedented issues which have challenged our organization and our city over the past 3 years. We have readjusted our focus on investments in our community and our people. The budget cover showcases the John Chavis Community Center. The photo captures the essence of how our community engages with its parks. Listed on the National Park Service's National Register of Historic Places, the center serves as a catalyst in community building, placemaking, and reflects the intersection of community pride and history with our commitment to world-class services. Thank you all for the commitment that you made not only to Chavis, but to the community a few years ago. That major capital investment now has paid off in dividends in a world-class facility that all, not only in Southeast Raleigh, but in the greater Raleigh community can be proud of. Our revenue outlook in FY23 is strong and positive, and that is not by accident. It is due to intentional stewardship. We work really hard to not only maintain the public's confidence and trust, but to make sure that we're good stewards of the public's money. The proposed budget recognizes the importance of investing in our greatest asset, that is our employees. For without our employees, the services that we deliver every single day would be comparable to what everybody else has to offer. As your city manager, I would argue that ours is second to none. The proposed budget also maintains our commitment to competitive employee benefits. And Mary will speak a little bit more intentionally in a few minutes about what that all entails. As our community continues to grow and the demand for city services continue to increase, the proposed FY 22-23, actually 23 budget, focuses on investing in city services that have a direct impact on the Raleigh community. The proposed budget prioritizes funding to support the following areas: equity, communications and outreach, infrastructure, public services, Raleigh water, parks and cultural resources, general government, public safety, capital improvement. Our capital improvement plan is our long-term plan investment in facilities and infrastructures that are critical and important to our overall community success. To conclude, this year's proposed budget has a theme of our community and our people. It captures our strategic focus on meeting organizational and community goals because the success of each is closely knitted to the other. Voted most recently by Bankrate as America's best place to live in 2022, Raleigh has risen beyond the crises that divided us and challenged us over the last 2 years. I firmly believe that the proposed budget supports both our community and its diverse people. It represents my desire to be fair, honest, transparent, compassionate, responsive, and prompt in our service delivery. Many of these goals for the organization are contained within this proposed budget. I continue to be amazed by the Raleigh community. It is resilient, and it has shown its resilience over the last 2 years. I am equally inspired by our staff that provides the critical services that our community both demands and expects. Over the last 2 years, we have worked tirelessly in often very difficult and challenging circumstances to bring exceptional services to our residents and customers. And as your manager, I would often like to say, housing affordability remains at the forefront of many of our internal staff conversations as well as many of yours. And we are charged with making sure that not only are the people that have the opportunity to live, work, and play in our great city also be able to afford to continue to stay in our great city moving forward. I would like to thank our dedicated staff for their attention, their assistance, and support in putting this document together. The document aligns with the city's organizational values, our strategic plan, departmental business plans, and key city initiatives. It is a pleasure to work side by side and hand in hand with true public servants who value the work, but more importantly, we value for whom we do the work for. Every challenge faced over the last year presented us an opportunity for our team to be creative and innovative. And in my humble opinion, I feel we delivered. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. I'm Mary Viggy with Budget Management Services. This afternoon, I will present the City Manager's proposed fiscal year 22-23 operating budget and 5-year capital improvement program. Today's proposed budget represents the culmination of a year-long process. This process seeks to capture the priorities of the community, results from the community survey, needs of the organization to carry out existing programs, and align those needs and priorities with the council-adopted strategic plan. Ultimately, the budget is not just dollars and cents, but instead it's a direct reflection of our priorities as a community. We hope from today's presentation, you see your collective priorities represented as well. What seemed like just moments ago, we began this process in February by sharing preliminary projections during City Council retreat. At that point, I presented to you a projected gap, which was somewhat of a range, but around $19 million. We worked through February through April at various budget work sessions on a wide variety of items for inclusion in the fiscal year 23 budget. And we stand before you today with our proposed budget. So how did we get here? Today, as required by state law, we are presenting a balanced budget. Our balancing strategies include improved revenue assumptions due to the unprecedented sales tax growth in our current year. We did not increase our capital transfers back to prior levels, and while our ongoing capital maintenance remained reduced, we did identify creative, one-time ways to fund capital investments, including utilizing general fund capital reserves. The proposed budget does include a property tax increase. In total, the fiscal year 23 proposed budget for all of our funds is $1.14 billion. This represents a 6.8% growth. Our largest investments include capital and debt, infrastructure, and public services, along with public safety. The fiscal year 23 general fund proposed budget is $588.7 million, which includes our primary services funded through property and sales tax. The 23 budget represents an 8.2% increase over the fiscal year 22 adopted budget. The increase in the general fund is partially driven by a proposed 2-cent property tax increase. The proposed increase is in response to help us support our employee compensation changes and proposed operational enhancements. The new property tax rate is proposed at 39.30 cents per 100 in property valuation. The impact of the proposed tax rate to the homeowner based on the number provided by Wake County of the median value home, which is $256,578, is estimated at $51 per year. We also experienced growth in major revenues. With the proposed tax rate increase, property tax is increasing by 7.4%. Sales tax is also a major driver in our growth. Last year, we anticipated modest increase in sales tax in our budget. However, actuals in fiscal year 22 are anticipated to exceed budget and are growing at an unprecedented rate. The 23 budget assumes about a 1% increase from the 22 projected sales tax collection as we end the year this year. Another item is our user fees, which continue to improve. Parks, recreation, and cultural resource user fees are projected to increase in fiscal year 23 by approximately 47% from the 22 amount. And that's partially due to, as we think about rebounding from our COVID, where we were with COVID. And there's additional increases in response to help us offset the cost of the increases in our temporary pay plan. It is anticipated that planning and development services user fees will exceed their fiscal year 22 budget by the amount of $1.2 million. So that results in a budget growth that we're anticipating of 6% from fiscal year 22 to 23. The proposed budget includes rate increases associated with our enterprise funds as presented at the March budget work session. This includes a 1.5% to the monthly base and volumetric water and sewer charges with no changes to the infrastructure or watershed charges. And this results in a 1.37% or 80 cents a month increase for the average residential water customer. Stormwater includes a 2.5% increase, which equates an increased cost associated with personnel, fuel, and vehicle maintenance. The proposed budget also recommends staying fare-free for our transit system for fiscal year 23. We continue to review the results from the community survey as we align resources through the budget process. Overall, our quality metrics continue to indicate positive trends in regard to quality of life and quality of services. Our workforce is a big driver behind providing these services. The proposed budget recognizes the importance of investing in our greatest asset, our employees. The 23 budget proposes adjustments to maintain a competitive compensation and benefits package, and these include So the 23 budget includes the full year cost of the 2% cost of living adjustment for all full-time employees. The COLA was approved by City Council in April of 2022. The budget moves police and fire pay range minimums to the average of Wake County municipalities plus 6%, with pay range maximums increasing accordingly. For police, minimum pay of police officer positions will increase from 18% to 51%. For fire, minimum pay of firefighter positions will be increasing from 11% to 58%. Emergency communication pay ranges are also adjusted based on market conditions, increasing 2 ranges in our general pay structure. The budget moves the general pay structure, police pay structure, and the fire pay structure merit increases to 3% and 5%, to 5% for those who are below the midpoint and 3% for those who are above the midpoint. An increase from the fiscal year 22 budget, which funded the merits of 2% and 4%. The budget also includes a merit-based range of 1% to 5% for our broadband employees that is based on performance. The budget continues to implement City Council's living wage policy with a new living wage at $37,850. The budget implements the results of our market review, and the budget also funds the increase associated with our temporary pay plan, which moves our temporaries from a minimum of $8.25 an hour to $11 an hour to ensure that the city remains competitive in the market and continues to be able to provide critical services for our community. The budget includes a new permanent part-time classification within the city to increase the stability of service delivery, improve recruitment of key positions, and maintain programming and services. Recognizing the uncertainty of post-pandemic recovery for our employees and the continued pressures that they face, the city is absorbing the estimated increases associated with our health insurance program. The budget proposes no increases to the monthly employee and retiree premiums, nor recommends any changes to out-of-pocket maximums. The city boldly continues to maintain the no-premium employee-only plan that covers approximately 40% of our employees. During fiscal year 23, staff will be working with a consultant to review our health insurance plan to ensure that our offerings are competitive in the market and fiscally responsible. The city's 5-year strategic plan translates vision and goals into actionable strategy that guides the organization's focus, work, and our resource alignment. The plan's overarching key focus areas and underlining objectives, initiatives, and performance measures allow us to be transparent about our goals, focused in our efforts, and accountable for our results. The budget translates that strategy plan into our actionable items, and the fiscal year 23 budget includes additions that reflect those priorities. In arts and cultural resources, Objective 3 states that we will utilize park, green spaces, and recreation facilities as cultural hubs, gathering spaces, and neighborhood resource centers to foster connections, creativity, and economic development. The 23 budget includes programming and maintenance support for Dorothea Dix Park, which includes 3 new positions to help support maintenance and operations there. The city's first artist in residence worked with the New Bern BRT project, helping to ensure art was representative of the community along the corridor. It helped shift the project from something that was happening in the community to a project that happened with and reflected the history of the community. The fiscal year 23 budget helps to establish the Artist and Innovator in Residence program that will help the city continue to take projects like the BRT to the next level and create an innovative and entrepreneurial culture in the organization. The first project in fiscal year 23 will be partnering an artist in residence with the Office of Community Engagement to think about how the mobile city bus can be used in creative and innovative ways to serve and engage the community. We think about our growth in natural resources, key focus area. It's to encourage a diverse, vibrant, built environment that preserves and protects the community's natural resources, strives for environmental equity and justice, and encourages sustainable growth that complements existing development. The fiscal year 23 budget includes much needed positions in our Raleigh water. There are 14. They are to provide support for the bioenergy program, our CIP, and plant operations at the EM Johnson Water Treatment Plant. Continuing with our strategic plan and council's priority, the budget also funds 6 stormwater positions that will assist with plan review, CIP. It provides a flusher truck and crew to continue to address service and maintenance demands in our stormwater area. In terms of solid waste services, the budget includes funding for a route optimization, which is a much-needed review of our system. It includes a feasibility study for curbside organic waste recycling and some conveyors, 3 conveyors at our Yardway Center to continue the amazing improvements that we have seen out there over the last few years. Organizational excellence fosters a transparent, nimble organization of employees challenged to provide high-quality, responsive, and innovative services efficiently, effectively, and equitably. Funding is included in our area of organizational excellence that reflects both the strategic plan, council's priorities, and the community. Funding is included for 2 new positions in community engagement to continue the work that they are doing there. Funding through American Rescue Act is provided to purchase the mobile community engagement bus. And in the Department of Equity and Inclusion, funding for consultant services for capacity building, training, and facilitation, along with funding for a conference next year in order to continue the work of equity in our community. The community survey recognized that the major way that our community receives information is through the city's website. Funding is included in fiscal year 23 for contractual services for a front-end developer to continue to maintain and improve our city's website. Additional funding and support is provided for our eBuilder, which is our project management software, which is really critical for both our construction and our CIP. Funding is also included for information technology, as we've seen increases associated with contracts for our software and our systems. And in human resources, we are converting 2 part-time positions to support benefits and workers' compensation to full-time. Objective 1 in Safe, Vibrant, and Healthy Communities states to promote a safe and vibrant atmosphere throughout the city of Raleigh by educating community members on city services and the latest safety measures that help support a thriving community in which to live, work, and play. Funding is included in the fiscal year 23 budget to support our fire and our police department along with ECC. In Raleigh Fire, there is position of a staff psychologist to provide mental health and well-being support, along with funding for fleet repair and maintenance. There is critical funding provided to our ECC to help with technology infrastructure and to continue to help move them forward. In our police department, there is funding provided for our digital evidence storage solution, and funding for our Raleigh Police Annual Youth Summit is also included in the fiscal year 23 budget. Affordable housing continues to be a priority of council and the community, and there is a position in housing and neighborhood development for the implementation of the 2020 Affordable Housing Bond. There's also a position in the attorney's office to also support this effort that is funded from the tax increase that was raised last year. We continue as an organization to look at transit and find ways to improve our transit system. The fiscal year 23 budget includes in transportation a signal technician crew, and in transit it includes positions to support the implementation of the Wake Transit Plan, along with positions associated with bus rapid transit projects, along with the Hillsborough Street route expansion. 3 of the top priorities in the community survey included the pace of growth, affordable housing, and transportation. Staff continues to work to align our capital improvement program to these priorities. In our affordable housing development, we continue our dedication of the penny, which this year equates to $7.8 million. There is additional funding for rental development, investment in our neighborhood revitalization, property maintenance of affordable housing units, and the 2023 CIP continues the 2020 Affordable Housing Bond at $19.8 million. The CIP also continues our dedicated penny for our parks, recreation, and cultural resource maintenance at $7.8 million. And we're reinvesting into our system, and you can see on the screen, I won't necessarily read all of them, the improvements that we're seeking to make in the system, including at our JC Center, Dix Park, Millbrook Pool, ADA safety upgrades, Peach Road basketball court, and tree plantings. We have a penny for street preservation and resurfacing valued at $7.8 million for transportation. Some additional CIP projects that were included with using one-time funding allocated from the general fund include major bridge repair and inspections, neighborhood traffic calming, pedestrian and bike improvements, Vision Zero spot safety programs, and then there's additional and reallocation of funding for the 2017 transportation bond that comes both from the ARPA and also from General Capital Reserve. Transit continues the implementation of the Wake Transit Plan through the Southern Corridor, along with improvements at bus stops and shelters and ongoing vehicle replacements that they do annually. In general public improvements, it's important to maintain our overall city facilities, so general fund, one-time funding was identified for ongoing maintenance in our facilities, along with our public safety building maintenance. We continue funding for our building upfit grant, otherwise known as the BUG grant. As was identified earlier in your work session, there is funding in the CIP for our public project community support initiative. And then there's additional funding for area and feasibility studies. One area that we have not over the last few years been able to provide capital funding has been in the area of technology. Recognizing the importance of it this year, we were able to provide one-time funding for our fiber refresh, which is critical to make sure our systems are maintained. In terms of next steps, a public hearing on the fiscal year 23 proposed budget and capital improvement program will occur on June 7th. City Council will meet each Monday in June until the proposed budget is adopted. The first budget work session is June 6th. In closing, I would like to thank staff across the organization who have worked diligently to balance being fiscally responsible with continuing to address the needs and priorities of the community. I'd specifically like to thank my staff in Budget Management Services, along with our partners in finance, for all of the work that they do day in and day out to make this work. Thank you.
Whew. Wow. Great job. Yeah. Impressive. Do we have any questions? Councilmember Cox.
Yes, I understand that the police and fire unions have submitted plans, pay plans, and I would ask for a budget note to compare and contrast what they're requesting versus what's in this budget proposal.
So I'll look to the city manager, but yes, we can add that as a budget note. We did receive a request from the fire. I have not received anything from police.
Okay.
But we will
Whatever we
ensure
have.
that we do a budget note for the fire that we have seen.
Okay, and then the other thing I want to note is that, like, for example, Wilmington, North Carolina is adding like $5 million to their public safety budgets, police and fire budgets. And just looking at our budget, it looks like we're adding $10.5 million. And we're 5 times the size of the city of Wilmington. And I'm curious to know as well, where we're at on the budget note that Councilmember Bufkin had submitted regarding a 10% increase.
That budget note, all budget notes come back at your first budget work session in June.
Okay.
So they'll go out the Thursday prior to your June 6th meeting.
Okay,
so
thank
that 10% will be included in that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Melton and then Knight.
There's a lot to absorb. One quick question, and this could be a separate work session or maybe it comes back at a budget work session, but I saw in here the transit slide including continued improvements of bus stops and shelters. I would say that and then the frequency of our bus service are probably 2 things that folks talk to me about the most, maybe because I'm most vocal about some of these issues. But these are things that I think really, really affect people on a day-to-day basis. And so if we could just get some update on, I guess, the progress we plan to make over the next fiscal year on the shelters and stops, and maybe what routes are coming online for the Wake County Transit Plan. Sometimes it's hard for folks to understand that until we tell the story a little bit. And so that could maybe be a separate work session, or if it's just part of the budget, I think that's really helpful for folks to know what these investments will actually look like on the ground in the next year.
Yes, sir.
We could add to that the micro-mobility discussion as well. That RFP, I believe, has been issued, and that is going to, I think, be a game changer, really help, especially with that last mile. One thing I wanted to bring up along that lines is the investment we make in our bike infrastructure. I think we've set aside $200,000 a year, and our bike advocates are saying it's probably not enough, and I tend to agree. But I think that if we can look at that going forward, not for this year's budget, but going forward, that's some feedback that I've gotten.
I was just I'm meeting with the city manager on that this week, I think. So thank you for bringing that up.
Okay. Councilmember Knight.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Last week, we received a presentation from staff about the current status of our sidewalk program and some ideas for how we can make the program more equitable for the future. I'm supportive of these changes, and I'm looking forward to receiving staff's recommendations for how the program can be improved. That presentation also included a list of sidewalk projects as well as street improvement projects by petition. And these projects are projects that the city has committed to and committed to completing, and most of those were approved by council going back as far as 2018, and yet we have no allocated funding for those projects. And I'd like to ask today for staff to bring us a budget note showing options for how we can complete those outstanding projects, which have an estimated cost of about $13 million. We could, if you want to divide those out between the sidewalk petition projects and the street improvement petition projects, that's okay. again, I'm completely supportive of changing the program for the future, but as we work towards improving the program and changing our policies, we need to close out these outstanding commitments in this project list and follow through on these commitments we made to the public collectively and to the residents who brought these petitions. Thank you.
Okay, anything else? Okay, thank you very much. Good work.
So, Mary, don't go very far. You have items 2 and 3. So, number 2 is a response in regards to the Municipal Services District. You may recall a couple weeks ago we received a request from Hillsborough Street and Downtown Raleigh Alliance for consideration of a tax increase for the upcoming fiscal year, and staff was asked to go back and do an evaluation of those requests, and Mary Vigue from Budget and Management Services is here to provide that information. You might want to get us some water, somebody maybe.
I got some. Thank you, Manager, City Manager. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. I'm Mary Vigue with Budget and Management Services. As the City Manager indicated, we did receive a request from the Downtown Raleigh Alliance and Hillsborough Street Community Service Corporation to increase the Municipal Service District tax rate. That request was included with the budget in terms of memos, and so you can see them there. Our presentation today will include an overview of our MSD and tax rate and the impact of the proposed tax rate and the potential next steps for City Council. I always begin here just in case the public at home does not know or and remind them of what an MSD is. So I'd like to begin with defining what a municipal service district is. It is a district-defined area within a city in which the City Council authorizes a special property tax, in addition to property taxes levied throughout the city. It funds extra services or projects exclusively benefiting the properties in the district. It's governed by North Carolina statutes, and I'm not going to go into all that, but you can see from this slide what the approval process is and what the revenue generation is. We as a city have 2 municipal service districts, the Downtown MSD and the Hill Street MSD. The Downtown MSD is serviced by the Downtown Raleigh Alliance through a contract for services that we issued a few years ago through an RFP process. And then the Hillsborough Street is supported through our Hillsborough Street Community Service Corporation. And again, that's done through contract that is reviewed every 5 years by state law. So taking a look at our Downtown MSD, wanted to provide a little bit of history as we look at this, and this chart identifies the assessed value of that district, our tax rate over the last 5 years, and the revenue that has generated. It's important to note that that revenue is split. Some of it goes to Downtown Raleigh Alliance to support them, but some of it the city keeps for our clean team. As you can see, in fiscal year 21, there was a change in the tax rate, and as you recall, that was when we went through our reevaluation process with the county, and that represents the revenue neutral rate that was proposed that year. And so that is why there is a reduction in the rate in fiscal year 21. You can see at the bottom the scope areas that we have through our contract, and also what this dollars goes to support in our MSD. In terms of Hillsborough Street, this is our 5 years of history there, and you can see the assessed value along with the tax rate over the last 5 years. It's important to note, and I know there was some discussion in the memos about tax rate versus that. The tax rate is typically in proportion to the assessed value, right? The higher the assessed value, the lower the tax rate can be in order to generate the revenue that's needed. And so you can't really compare tax rate to tax rate because it's not a fair comparison without looking at the overall assessed value in an area. And that's anytime we think about property taxes. But you can see, and again, reflected in fiscal year 21, there was a reduction in the tax rate, and that was due to that reevaluation with the county during that fiscal year. And so that is our revenue neutral rate that was established in fiscal year 21. At the bottom, we show the scope areas that have been identified that provide extra support in that MSD. So Downtown Raleigh Alliance requested a tax rate increase from 44 cents per 100 evaluation to 7.8 cents per 100 evaluation. Hillsborough Street Community Service Corporation requested a tax rate increase from 9.65 cents per 100 evaluation to 1.5 cents per 100 evaluation. And so what does this math actually look like? So we provided a couple of examples. So when we look at our downtown MSD, the impact, we took our information from the county in terms of our tax data, and we selected both residential and commercial of properties under 500K and over 1.5 million to understand the impact. And so you can see through this chart, when you look in terms of residential, if we look at an assessed value home of $357,000 in the district, at our current rate, that generates a total tax of about $157 per year. The proposed tax rate of 7.86 would generate approximately $281. That's a roughly $124 impact to that homeowner in the downtown. Now that is important to note that that is just based on the MSD tax rate. So if you think about it, in addition to the 2 cents that the city has on there, that impact to that homeowner this year is $72. So that homeowner would receive almost $350 increase in their taxes for next year, based on the 2 tax rates. When we look at commercial, it's the same, and I'm not going to necessarily walk through all of the examples, but you can see at the bottom the estimated impact on a smaller commercial property. And this is probably just usually a single business downtown, one room. It would be an estimated impact of about 127. And then you can see as we look at our larger, the impact is greater, and that's because those values are greater as well. Looking at our Hillsborough Street MSD, some examples breaking them out the same way. Looking at a value under 500 and then over 1.5 million. Again, just want to highlight in terms of, for example, that residential home, in addition to the estimated impact of $199 that this would have on them, if the rate was approved moving forward, the 2 cent increase that the city is proposing in addition to this would cost that homeowner $75. So the estimated impact for that homeowner for next year of taxes from the city would be about $274 for the year, based on the 2 different rates. So what are some potential next steps? So one of them would be important, and the memos do outline how the 2 corporations would utilize the funding, but based on direction from City Council, you would need to identify how you would use this additional funding through those contracts with our MSD providers. We would also propose that we partner with the Community Engagement Office to, number one, notify residents of this change and businesses, and also to seek and solicit their feedback, because we have not conducted this process or done any work in either the downtown or the Hillsborough Street area. And so we would partner with them to either look at community meetings or surveys or what that would look like. In addition, I mean, the public hearing occurs on June 7th, and that's always an opportunity for the community, but taking that extra step, I think, would also be helpful. That is all the information I have for you, and I'm willing to take questions of City Council.
I see Jeff Murison and Bill King. Yes, Bill's here. Bill King, I would like to ask both of you to come up and just talk about what you have done in terms of outreach within the community. I believe you've both talked with your boards, but I'd like to hear from you on what you've done.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Bill King with the Downtown Raleigh Alliance. So we've engaged a number of property owners in the downtown area to discuss really what the funds would be used for in terms of services. And so you can see in the memo we've outlined those. That would really be services in line with the existing municipal service district contracts. So that'd be on safety, economic development, marketing, and events. And so that's where we'd sort of use the funds. We also did have a robust discussion with our board of directors, which we do our best to make that as representative of downtown as we can, give a unanimous vote of support for this proposal. So we have done some outreach already amongst some of our community to explain to them the need for additional funds.
What about to residential?
We've done some discussion with residents as well. So we've worked with several of the HOAs for the downtown condo buildings to discuss that. I think there's certainly always opportunities to continue those discussions, but we've done some of that as well. And then we also have some representatives on our board from HOAs.
Okay, thank you.
Jeff Murison, excuse me. Largely the same process. We've proposed to use the funds basically for the existing services that we're already providing, so we're not suggesting any new services. This was brought to our executive committee. Our executive committee represents our core stakeholders, the property owners, merchants, resident, and the university. And we've started having conversations with our major property owners. In our case, our analysis is that roughly about 80% of the MSD revenue is collected by 16 properties. 12 of them are student residential properties. So essentially, the student residential properties are essentially subsidizing the services that we provide to the rest of the corridor. And we've talked to the primary student housing facility price company who's on our board and is a part of the executive committee.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions? Councilmember Fort?
Mr. Merson, while you're here, someone spoke during public comment about you having $1 million reserve. Could you speak to that?
Sure, I'm happy to address some of those issues. So first of all, we're committed to full transparency. So every year we publish our budget, our annual audit, and our 990 on our website, making them completely available. And we keep all those past documents on the website, so that's all publicly available. We, at the moment, do have about $900,000 in two bank accounts. We have about $550,000 of operating capital that needs to last us basically until January, when our MSD revenue starts to come in again. The bulk of it comes in January, February, and March. And so we have to have cash flow to operate from now till basically January. We have two other reserve accounts that one's for a long-term study, a vision study that we hope to do in the next 2 years, and one is our reserve for emergencies. And so while we have funds on hand at the moment, they're allocated for future uses, and they need to be available to get us through this fiscal year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. I guess at this point, we receive this as information, and we need to provide direction to the staff on the proposed property tax increase for the MSDs. So in providing direction.
Right. Excuse me. What I was going to say is I definitely think they need to go have the outreach, have the meetings, and get that feedback. That'd be helpful for B. And one of the questions that I've been here thinking about is look at based upon the amount that they're asking for, say they only received half of that. What would that impact? What could they do or not do based upon that rate? So if you look at the difference of what the current rate is and what they want the new rate to be, that difference, if we only gave them half of what they were asking for, what would it impact? That's a question I have.
Is that something, Bill, Jeff, you can answer?
Sure, I can answer that. Obviously, be challenging to do so in a real specific way. Obviously, certainly any more resources are helpful. I think the difference is in things, for example, our ambassador force is a good example. Right now, our ambassador force is funded to 15 positions, which is actually above what was in our MSD proposal from 2020. We did that in response to the pandemic and the unrest. Without additional resources, we will have to taper that force back down. So that's a good example of where, depending on where you set the tax rate at, will definitely guide how many ambassadors we can hire. It also will guide their pay rate as well. So their pay rate, we want to keep competitive so we can continue to retain them. So that's a good example of a service there. Certainly we can go through, in our proposal, we also talk about our storefront upfit grant. That is a grant that we also boosted during the pandemic, and we also added a component where we heavily focused on Fayetteville Street and Moore Square because that's where the most vacancies are. we have given away all of those funds. We got that done halfway through the fiscal year. It's another example of where, depending on where you set the tax rate, is how much funds we could give away and how much we could administer. So that'd be another example. Final one would be on activations. So we've done a lot in public space, including today we've had events in public space. Again, setting the tax rate, we could do more. Obviously, with the resources requested, we would have to reduce those down otherwise.
Again, we're very similar. We've had 4 ambassadors for 5 years. Our ambassador team has been with us for 5, 6, and 7 years. It's a remarkable record that we've been able to keep the same 4 people for that long. So a high priority is to make their wages market rate, to be competitive. They can walk across the street and basically get a job at the university doing groundskeeping entry level for basically $2 more than what we're currently able to provide. So that would be our highest priority. Adding a new ambassador to focus on security and social services. We've seen an increase in graffiti and the issues, security issues. We've heard from the university that's a concern, and so that's a priority for us to add. So those would be the first areas that we address. With the additional revenue, we would branch off into additional economic development programming, support for women and minority-owned businesses. We've taken over the landscaping of the roundabouts. We've upgraded that significantly. It's proving to be a bigger project, and so we put more resources into that. It's very visible, and it adds to the investment that the entire community has made. So that would be a priority, and then beyond that into the economic development programming. Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Melton, and then Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
Yeah, a couple things. So this has been like a very money-heavy meeting. We talked about the budget, the park bond. We've got this municipal service district rate. I think what's unique about this discussion right now, though, is with the municipal service district, this is money that's assessed in the district and then turned around and invested right back into the district. So the folks that are being asked for the tax assessment are the folks that are then in turn directly benefiting from the increase in programming or other measures. And so I think that's important to remember. And it sounds like both Hillsborough and the Downtown Raleigh Alliance have done a good amount of outreach already. The Hillsborough one, they said that there's only 8 entities that are assessed most of it. And then I think DRA said they got unanimous from their board and talked to the businesses. So I think probably a little bit more engagement would be good, especially on the residential side. But the other thing I'm interested in is I know that municipal service districts are a function of state law. Is that right? And so I'm just curious how the rates for Hillsborough and DRA compare to other cities or other MSDs in the state. And if it's, because I understand it hasn't been adjusted in a while. Do we have that?
So I mentioned it earlier when I showed the rates. You can do a comparison, and I think one was done in the memo about, not to call them out, DRA, did a comparison of their rate for other. The struggle is that doesn't tell the story. That just tells you a rate. And that rate is in alignment with the value of the properties in the district. So the greater the value of the properties, right, the lower the rate can be.
Got it.
That's why during reevaluation, we do what's called revenue neutral, because the value, for example, went from here to here, and so not to increase major taxes on a resident, we create that revenue neutral rate so that they're roughly paying about the same because the value of their property has gone up. And so if you think about doing a comparison national-wide against other big cities and what theirs would be, without taking it into context of what the value of those districts is in comparison with that tax rate, it's just looking at.
All right, so that's not a good way to do it then, even though ours does look significantly lower than a lot of other people. So I just wanted to point, that was what I was trying to point out. I thought I had seen it, so it is in the memo. I see
it is
now.
in the memo, and I wasn't trying to, and it could be one measure people want to look at, but it's kind of like when you compare municipality tax rates across North Carolina. I can continue to shoot holes in why that's not a great, because that has to do with service levels, really the value of the property that you're looking at, and especially when we talk about MSDs, that's critical. And you can see it, the differential between the Hillsborough Street rate and the downtown rate. I mean, you can see that clear differential, and that's because the value of the properties.
Got it. All right, well, that's helpful. And so like I said, I think this is unique because it's the money going right back into the area that it's being assessed. And it sounds like they've done a good bit of engagement. So I'd be fine moving this forward with the understanding that there's more engagement to do with the residential side.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
I'm generally in agreement and am ready to move forward on both of these MSD rate increases.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Cox.
So for the two MSDs, how many properties are in each MSD?
We can provide that in a Friday update. I don't have that in front of me right now.
Okay, because I'm thinking a good measure might be the total dollars per property. So
Well, that's what that value is. And so I did provide that in the presentation in terms of
Where?
what the taxable value is for each of the district.
Where is that?
So that's going to be on the slide. It's one of the first slides where I highlight each district with the map. It shows you the 5-year history of the tax. If you could pull it back up, I can show it. Nope, wrong presentation. That's next.
In the meantime, Bill, Jeff, do you know the number of properties in each of your MSDs?
We have roughly 300 properties. It's in that ballpark. And like I say, I think 16 of them pay 80% of that assessment that we collect.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have the number off the top of my head. We have 110 blocks in the district. We're roughly 90% commercial, 10% residential in terms of ratepayers.
Thank you.
I would add that we have very, very few owner-occupied residential properties. There's a few townhouses, a few single-family homes. Now we have a awful lot of student and now an increasing market rate residential, but very few owner-occupied residential.
Okay, any other comments?
Is this the slide?
Yeah, this is the slide. So you can see when you talk about the value, that would be that assessed value number that's at the top there. And it's provided for each of the districts.
All right, but that doesn't really say how many properties there are.
No, but we can get that for you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, just to give staff direction, I too am in favor of moving forward with this. And I think having some additional outreach, especially to residents in the downtown area, would be helpful. So thank you for your work on this, and let's keep moving forward.
All right.
Take a. It doesn't say to vote. It says for information and provide direction.
Yeah, we have that public hearing in June.
Yeah, if so.
I don't think we can do anything until the public hearing.
We just, so based on the direction I'm receiving today, we'll take this back, and when we bring back the ordinances in June for the final proposed budget, we will include this tax rate increase in there. That would be the assumption that I'm making right now.
Are there 5 heads nodding? We get
Okay.
3. Okay.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
All right. And so item number 3 is Mary Vigu as well. It is American Rescue Plan funding request. Mary will talk to us about some additional funding opportunities to continue to meet some community needs that have been recognized.
Mary, we're wearing you out today.
Going out with a bang, Mayor.
Yes.
So I will make this as short and sweet as I can for you. The city manager, good afternoon, Mayor, members of council, Mary Vigu, Budget Management Services. I have brought before you several times over the last few years the American Rescue Plan Act. As we all recall, Raleigh was allocated $73.2 million in direct treasury funding. We've talked about a phase approach. We got our final guidance in January. And our final rule, just to make everyone aware, was made effective April 1st. We have worked with City Council over the last year plus on allocating this funding to get it out into the community. And so this slide highlights prior funding allocations. And so this includes those things like we did the small business grant, our downtown support, the community health initiative. And so at this point, we have $37.1 million of funding available. This reduced amount, because if you recall the last time I was in front of you, it was like $43 million. But this includes items that are proposed as part of the 23 budget. And so if you recall, we have $5 million of American Rescue Act funding in there to help support our 2017 transportation bond, specifically Blunt Person, to continue to move that project forward. There's also a $500,000 of funding in the 23 budget of ARPA for the community engagement bus. And so that's reflected in this $37.1 million number. Just want to make sure we're all on the same page. So what we're proposing today as we think about the summer and moving forward into the next phase, I had brought a list of projects at our April budget work session that we were hoping to move forward with. I'm bringing today several items we'd like council's approval to begin working on this summer and to move out into the community. So I'm going to begin with our hotel industry support. And so Wake County, Raleigh, both received requests from our Wake County Hospitality Alliance to assist the hotel community, who we all know struggled through the pandemic. Hotel impact was significant. We know there was some federal and state funding that assisted them, some. And we know while occupancy demand has largely returned, they're still struggling to recruit and retain the workforce that they need to meet their needs. We've partnered with the Capital Area Workforce Development, who has developed a program in partnership with Greater Raleigh Convention and Visitors Bureau and the NC Restaurant and Lodging Association. And so this $500,000 would work to develop a program that is designed to assist hotels to recruit candidates, prepare current workers for new roles, and to mitigate hiring and training costs. And so it's a great collaboration with Wake County. The program cost over 3 years is $1.25 million. It covers staffing on the job, training, certifications, financial aid, and technology needs. Wake County will cover 65% of that cost, and Raleigh is being asked to cover 35%. So our portion, so why I say $500,000, that's me rounding, sorry. Our portion of that is approximately $437,000. And so we would be requesting council approve that today. We had great success, thanks to City Council and the community, with our Community Health Initiative Grant Phase 1 that we brought to you earlier this year, where we allocated $10 million in the community. And if you recall, there were projects associated with homelessness, mental health, food disparity. And so we are recommending a Phase 2 at a much smaller amount of $3 million. But this would be, again, the partnership to expand those community health initiatives. We would be still looking at capital projects, so larger capital projects, but to allow us to create opportunities for organizations who were not awarded in the first process. And so that would be one of the things we'd make contingent on this, is that you did not receive funding in that process for your capital because there were others that were not identified or were able to fund in that process. Another area that we would request permission to move forward is, if you recall, we did a Human Relations Commission extra grant process last year. And so the proposal would actually be to do this year on arts agency grants, recognizing there's still great need in the community. And so this would create an additional process, similar to the one we already do now that begins in the fall, that is presented to you as part of the budget process. The Raleigh Arts Commission would have oversight. Much like we do with HRC and we do during the budget process. They would be reviewed by the Arts Commission. They would make recommendations, and those would be brought back to City Council. And we are requesting $1 million for that process, which is similar. The only difference here is to recognize, and I think our art agencies would need to recognize, that this is federal funding, which does come with its own share of reporting requirements. And so we always like to remind people of that. I harp on that a lot. But while it seems like a great idea to get this money, we all do need to remember that it is federal money and does require additional reporting requirements. This was brought up at City Council retreat in terms of gun violence. We've also brought to you before expanding the current Acorns program. So we will request $2 million in funding for our public safety initiatives. This would allow us this summer to work with the police department to pull that together in terms of moving the Acorns expansion forward and including the funding for our gun violence prevention. So when we look at the items that we presented today, so this is a slightly different chart than the one you saw earlier because you can see the remaining funding has dropped. So we add the items. This chart now includes the items that were presented to you today. along with the items that are part of the fiscal year 23 budget and those items that had been previously awarded. If council chooses to approve those items presented today, you would still have $30.6 million in available funding to move other projects forward. Did want to take a moment to remind you of those projects that were presented in April. And you can see on here, there's some business alliance assistance, the Pathways Center improvements, food security, housing and homelessness. We have some renewable energy program, the climate action plan, and stormwater mitigation. Would still love to work with City Council on getting them scheduled over the next month or so, over the summer or whenever available for council committees, so staff can bring those proposals forward for your consideration to help move those projects forward. So the request today that's included with the agenda is for you to receive the information, and if you approve it, to authorize staff to implement the proposed programs, including appropriating funding, establishing contracts, and acquiring the associated resources needed to move these forward. And then we'll continue to work with council to schedule time to work on those remaining items to be brought forward.
Any questions? Councilmember Cox?
Yeah, I'm going to say straight out, I really can't support this. We have 3,200 people, families in the county. A large proportion of them live in the city that are trying to get funding and assistance to keep from getting evicted. We have a huge homeless population. We have a homeless out at Triangle Town Center. We have a large homeless population that are virtually living in Moore Square. We have very large pockets of homeless throughout the city, and those are just two examples. I would like to see us do more with our funding in terms of funding our local agencies that are trying to help the homeless and trying to help those who are facing eviction. And I think until those issues are addressed, I really can't support spending $1 million for arts, for example. And that, I guess, that's just where I am on this.
Any other questions? Okay, do we?
Just a quick question, just want to be clear. Based on what was presented, we still have $30.6 million that we can use on any of these things that you mentioned as far as committee, but also to go towards the items that Councilman Cox just brought up, correct?
Yes, sir. If you recall, what was even presented in August showed housing and homelessness having a $20 million allocation of the remaining funding to be brought back to committee for consideration. So yes.
Okay.
Do we have a?
I move for approval.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, the 7-1, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and
6-1,
Council.
thank you.
So, Mary, before you take your seat, so today is Mary's last official budget presentation, ARPA presentation as a City of Raleigh employee. Mary has accepted a position as an assistant city manager for the City of Wilmington, and Mary loves the beach, so I am excited for her. Kind of sad for us, but it has been really great working alongside Mary for several years and trying to make sure that we do right by not only the city's money, but the responsibility that we place on our department heads to take fiscal stewardship as a key professional development tool. And so Mary has been one of those that will tell you no with a smile. And here lately, she's been saying yes. And so everybody in the organization is like, yeah, it's because she's leaving. But no, in all seriousness, Mary, we will miss you, and we wish you nothing but the best of luck in your new endeavor with the City of Wilmington, and good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, we wish you the best. Thank you.
It's been an honor to serve you, so thank you very much.
And Mary, you're right. You went out with a bang.
And so to offset every goodbye so that we don't get overly emotional up here today, we have a hello or a new announcement to make as well. So Michael Moore, if you will come to the podium. Michael did my heart good last night when he accepted the position vacated by Jim Green just yesterday. Nothing in government ever happens fast. Michael made it happen fast. So Michael Moore is our fourth and final for a minute. We're just going to try to just rest for a minute. Assistant City Manager, and as you all know, Michael comes to this role with over 3 decades of commitment and dedication to local government and public service. And for me, in having the conversation with him last week, the thing that sort of kind of set it off for me, he said, you know, I could have continued to design houses for rich people, but that was not fulfilling. This is the work that speaks to who I am. I share that same thought process, and so it is going to be my honor to include you in the second floor suite. Our offices are not as nice as yours upstairs, so the best that I can offer you is hopefully we'll have some snacks if Councilmember Ford don't come get them all the time. Excited.
Or if Assistant City Manager Evan Raleigh doesn't eat them all before you get to them.
We had
We
them,
tag team, so you know.
So I'm truly excited to was excited to offer the position to Michael Moore yesterday, and then he accepted.
Congratulations.
City Manager, I want to say thank you for the opportunity. Like you said, I really do feel that service is a calling, and it's my calling, and I love this community. When I came back 4 years ago, I thought I would retire from the director's job here, and I am super excited about the opportunity to work with all of you and to help this community grow and to build a better Raleigh. So thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you.
So with that, for our budget book, we will have an updated organizational chart that reflects all of the changes. And really, as sad as it is to see people leave, it is really good to know that people are moving to higher and better positions in their professional development. So we are excited for everybody's future success.
So I just have one question. Who's my transportation director?
Well, so Michael is going to wear 2 hats for a minute. We have a lot of stuff going on with BRT, just a little bit,
Right.
And a lot of other transportation initiatives that are coming up in the next several months. So Michael has agreed to stay in that capacity for a little bit, and Deputy City Manager Tansy Hayward will be helping him with some of the other transition departments that are going to shift his way. And so, as we always say on the second floor, we're a family. We just help each other out. So I may be trying to help you on transportation as well, Councilmember Rich. So again, totally excited. The fastest recruitment process I've ever been in 29 and a half years. And I think we got a rock star.
Excellent. Thank you. All right, we are about to start public hearings, which is why I know many of you are here. But we need a little break before we do that. We just take 5 minutes and, you know, let's get back here in 5 minutes, though. Thank you for your patience. you for bearing with us for a few minutes for a much-needed break. We're going to start our public hearings now. First is, well, we have 1, 2, 3. We'll have a number of demolition orders. No one has signed up in support or opposition, so let's get through this quickly. How's that?
Good afternoon. Bryce Abernathy, Housing and Neighborhoods Code Enforcement. The first property I'm bringing to you today is 6528 Lincolnville Road. We went out in October to do initial inspection. A tree had fallen through. The house had been vacant for some time before that happened. No repairs, no permits. We actually had to advertise this property in addition to sending our typical notices of violations, first class certified, and posting on the house. There hasn't been much contact from the owners. I'm asking council today to adopt a demolition only ordinance, just mainly due to how much it would cost to bring this house back to a point where it's able to be lived in. That would give Code Enforcement Division the opportunity to go ahead and demolish the house upon adoption of the ordinance today.
Okay, I'm going to open the hearing and close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
Move for approval.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, passes unanimously, clerk. Next, we have the next item on fit for human habitation, 90-day repairs.
This property is 627 Rawls Drive. There was a fire. I believe it was early 2020 when the fire took place. There was the matriarch of the family who owned it passed away. We gave him some extra time to get that sorted. The last time I spoke to the owners, they were wavering on whether or not to fix it or repair it. Here we are looking at 2 years since initial notification of the issue. The fire was contained mostly to a couple rooms. Some of the framing is still intact, but all permits would be needed to make the necessary repairs. I'm asking council to adopt a 90-day repair or demolish ordinance. Essentially, that would give the owners 90 days to either start the process of repairing or tear it down themselves. At the end of that 90-day, the city would take action to demolish the house.
Okay, I'm going to open the hearing and close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you.
The third item today is 6 public nuisance lien confirmations. I don't typically go through those unless you have specific questions, but they were notified of a nuisance. They did not correct it, and then the city went out and cleaned it up.
Okay, no one has signed up in support or opposition for any of these. So I'm going to open the public hearing and close the public hearing. Can I do that jointly?
Yes, you have to do each one.
Okay, open the public hearing, close the public hearing on the first one. Do we have a motion?
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Second one, open the hearing, close the hearing.
Move for approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Third one, open the hearing, close the hearing.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Fourth one, open the hearing, close the hearing.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Fifth one, open the hearing, close the hearing.
Move for approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And sixth one, open the hearing, close the hearing.
I have a question. This is the same one that we just approved unfit for habitat. So,
Was this one
yeah.
Rawls?
Yeah,
Yes,
it's
we
Rawls.
have initiated a public nuisance case at that property also.
Okay, so we still need to do,
Mhm.
okay. Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
City Attorney, is there a more efficient way to do this?
Probably not, because each individual property has to have their time to talk about their property. So if somebody was here for each one, you'd have to hear them separately.
Well, what I mean, though, is no one was here for any of them? Can we?
Let's look at that now. We'll get back to you.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you. The next item is FEMA flood maps.
Good afternoon. This is the public hearing for the formal adoption of the new FEMA floodplain maps. These maps are due to be effective July 19th, 2022, and that's the date I'm looking for us to make effective as well as our adoption. So we're ahead of our deadline here. I have a short presentation if you'd like me to go through it. If not, I can just go through most of the information was in the backup. So.
I think we're ready to go. I'm going to open, no one has signed up in support or opposition, so I'm going to open the public hearing and close it. Do I have a motion?
I want to joke about having like a really long statement of support for this, but I'm just going to say move for approval.
You've got a consistency statement.
I've got it. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated May 17th, 2022, containing the agenda materials, and to approve the FEMA floodplain maps with the effective date of July 19th, 2022.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Anyone opposed? Okay. Thank you. The next is petition annexations. AX 322.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. My name is Christopher Golden with Planning and Development. This is the first of 5 annexations you have before you today. It's 39 acres, roughly, zoned R6, conditional use. The developer wishes to put down 205 units of residential townhomes. There's water and sewer directly to the site. And if annexed today, it would be brought into the boundaries of District C. We have a slideshow available if you have any questions, and if you have additional questions, more than happy to answer them.
Anyone have questions? Okay, no one has signed up in opposition. We have people here in support. Will you mind if I open and close the hearing? And okay, open the hearing, close the hearing. Thank you. Do I have a motion?
I move for approval.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. Next, annexation, AX 422.
Thank you. This property is located in the 3900 block of Sumner. It's 28.99, roughly almost 30 acres, zoned commercial mixed use, 5 conditional use. There's water adjacent to the site, and there is sewer in Sumner Boulevard. The petitioner wishes to construct a multifamily residential development of 468 units. And if annexed today, it will be brought into the boundaries of District B. If you have any questions, more than happy to answer them.
Okay, no one has signed up in support or opposition, so I'm going to open the hearing, close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, all right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. Next, AX 522.
Thank you. This annexation petition is in the 3900 block of Blue Ridge. It's several parcels, totaling roughly 12.5 acres, zoned R10 conditional use. The petitioner wishes to construct 88 townhomes on the site. There is water and sewer running through the site, and if annexed today, it would be brought into the boundaries of District E. Any questions? More than happy to answer.
Okay. No one has signed up in support or opposition. So I'm going to open the hearing and close the hearing. Do I have a motion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. And we have, let's see, this would be X 2821.
Correct, thank you. This is in a 3320 Tryon Road in 2109, in Renette. It's 3.54 acres approximately. It's zoned RX3 conditional use. It's in the Swift Creek overlay district. The petitioner wishes to construct residential multifamily, 36 units total. If it is annexed today, it will be brought into the boundaries of Council District D, and I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Okay. No one has signed up in support or opposition, so I'm going to open the hearing, close it. And do I have a motion? Thank you.
It's my motion to approve.
Okay, second. Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Stewart. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. And now AX 3521.
Thank you, which is the last of the annexations today, 2018 and 2020 Seneca Drive. This property is contiguous inside the ETJ, as they all were previously, at 12.34 acres total. The petitioner wishes to construct single-family homes on a site, 54 units total. The site is zoned R6. If annexed today, it would be brought into the boundaries of District B. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Okay, no one has signed up in support or opposition. Open the hearing, close the hearing. Motion, please.
Move for approval.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we go to rezoning, Z6021 on Tryon Road.
Good afternoon. Hannah Reckow, Planning and Development. So this is a request to rezone just under 6¼ acres from R1 and IX3 parking limited to IX3 conditional use. There are also a few overlay districts applied to the site that the request would not change. It is inconsistent with the future land use map and the comprehensive plan, and the Planning Commission recommended approval 6-0. So here's an aerial of the site. This is south of Lake Johnson and I-40 on the north side of Tryon Road. Zoom in, this is the 4 parcels are abut to the north and west a townhome development, and then there's some detached houses directly to the east. Here are some views from the frontage on Tryon Road. You can see the existing light industrial use. And there are a few zoning conditions that are proposed, some that establish which uses are prohibited and permitted. And then there's provisions for buffering in addition to what would be required under the UDO. These applied to 2 of the parcels, 4404 and 4324, setback of 50 feet, and then a minimum 20-foot landscaped area. And that's with the northern shared property boundary with the townhome to the north, property to the north, and then a 20-foot landscaped area and 7-foot fence with the shared property boundary with the property to the east. And then there are also conditions capping building height to 2 stories and total square footage to 100,000 square feet. And this is just to illustrate, again, those conditions. The buffering conditions apply to 4404 and 4324, the shared boundary to the north and then to the east. So existing to proposed, properties have 2 different zoning designations, and this would apply 1 IX3 CU to the whole property. The conditions do cap the height to 2 stories and prohibit residential uses on part of the site. So the residential entitlement is decreasing, and then other entitlement is capped by the 100,000 square foot condition. So really this is expanding the area that some of those light industrial and commercial uses are permitted on. The request is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan and with the future land use map designation of office and residential mixed use. There are a few policies that the request is consistent with, you can see here, and then a number of policies that the request is inconsistent with. And in addition to the future land use map, also policies on managing commercial and industrial land use impacts. And because the request is inconsistent with the future land use map, if it is approved, it would amend the map to business and commercial services. And the Planning Commission again voted 6-0 to recommend approval of the case. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, we have any questions? Councilmember Cox?
Do we have any idea what the industrial uses will be?
Applicant can probably answer that question better.
Mayor and council members, good afternoon. My name is Beth Trejos. I'm an attorney with Nelson Mullins here tonight on behalf of Tony Smith and Wayne Sawyer, the owners of the business at this location. They have been located here for more than 30 years. Their business designs, manufactures, and installs ultra cold freezers like those used for the COVID vaccine. They design, manufacture, and install clean rooms, precise stability chambers, and high purity process and piping systems. So you can imagine here in the Research Triangle, there's a lot of demand for those uses. And they would like to expand their business on their existing site. IX zoning is found in the area not just on their existing property, but along Tryon Road on both sides of Lake Dam Road as you go up to 40. Conditions proposed with this case restrict many of the uses that are permitted in the IX zoning district today, and provide buffers and transitions to their neighbors. The comprehensive plan for this site that recommends office and residential mixed use was approved in 2009, and after that, the City Council zoned a portion of this property IX, the same district that we're requesting today. And so for these reasons, the proposed zoning is reasonable and in the public interest. You may recall we were scheduled to come before you last month for our public hearing, and just before that meeting, you should have received in your email, and I have copies if you would like, a letter from an adjacent property owner to the south requesting approval of our case. It was Henry McNair, so you may recall that. And the Planning Commission also unanimously recommended approval. We're hoping that you will agree and approve this case today. We're all here to answer any questions that you might have, and we thank you for your time.
Do we have any other questions? All right, I'm going to open the hearing. Do you mind if I close the hearing? Okay, open and close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
It's my motion. Motion to approve. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated May 17, 2022, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
Do we have a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Z61, I'm sorry, Bynum Water Planning and Development. Great to see you again. It's been a long time. This is rezone case Z6121 at 316 West Edenton Street. You opened this public hearing back in April. There's been some ongoing conversation between the applicant and neighbors. The case has been revised once to add a new condition that limits building height to 35 stories, but the applicant has asked if you would please continue the public hearing again to June 7th so that they can continue those conversations.
And it will be June 7th during the day or evening?
In the evening, ma'am. All the public hearings in the evening.
You know what? I'm going to ask that we wait till mid-June and schedule it then, because if we get out of here by midnight on June 7th, it will be a minor miracle. Mm-hmm. So if I haven't had, is the attorney here?
No, ma'am, he did not sign up to speak.
But I will say I've had a conversation with Pastor Hodges at St. Paul's. They've made some progress, but there's still some outstanding issues. So I think pushing it further into June probably is a practical solution.
Okay, let's move this to our second meeting in June. Yes. Mm-hmm. Do we need a vote?
Yes.
Okay. Did you make the motion?
I thought you did. So moved to June 21st.
Okay, second? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that was unanimous, thank you. Starting to get a little punchy here now. Next we have Z7821, Dawson and Martin.
Yes, ma'am. This is a request to rezone just under 1.25 acres from DX5 with shopfront and DX12 with shopfront and conditions to a single downtown mixed-use district with a 20-story height limit and conditions. So this is roughly southwest of where we are located right now, on the south side of Martin Street. Sorry. The request is consistent with future land use map and the comprehensive plan Planning Commission and the Historic Development Commission both recommend approval. So here's an aerial view of that site, which many of you who have been in Raleigh for a while will know is once the home of Clearscapes. So there are a lot of conditions here. They've provided some conditions to address the contributing structures in the Depot National Register District. So preserving portion of that, maintaining form and massing, and then some provisions about improvements within 85 feet of the right of way. And so this is the area of the site where those preservation conditions apply. And then specifications about what happens if the contributing structures are damaged, how they would proceed. They've prohibited a handful of the most intense impact uses, specified that they would provide a dog waste station on the site, and also specified that a plaza would be provided on the site, and a minimum of 50% of that plaza would be open to the public. Also, requirements around screening for parking structure and lighting for that same structure, and then have specified the Main Street streetscape standards for the frontage on South Dawson Street. So that's the east side of the site. And here's what that Main Street, the result of that. This is those regulations. So a 10-foot sidewalk, a 6-foot planning area. Those kinds of details are specified by the the specification there. So residential density not really changing here. Maximum units not really changing here. And largely that's because they're preserving that or limiting what's happening in that first 85 feet from Martin Street. Setbacks aren't changing. The retail square footage comes down a little bit, but essentially allowing a lot more height, but a different configuration of the building. So they are inconsistent with the urban form map because they have not provided a frontage in an area on the urban form map that would otherwise indicate an urban frontage is appropriate. I think given that they have specified preservation of the existing structure, you might feel comfortable with that. You may or may not feel comfortable with that. Something to consider. But it is consistent with the plan overall and the future land use map, even though it's inconsistent with the urban form map. So lots of consistent policies, and then those inconsistent policies tied to frontage, and also inconsistent with that downtown West Gateway plan, which generally is looking for lower heights. Planning Commission and your Historic Development Commission both recommend approval. What questions could I answer for you before you hear from the applicant?
Any questions? Mayor Pro Tem Stewart?
Thank you. I'm having a little deja vu.
Yeah, you should be.
Okay. I just
This
want
has
to make
happened
sure.
before.
Yeah, just a few years ago we had this. Okay, so maybe we can hear very specifically what's changing from all those changes we made a couple years ago. That would be helpful.
Mostly height.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
I remember that case.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah. This has happened before. And we
Yes.
were together in the room. Yeah. Yeah. It's okay. Yeah.
I was not on the council, but I was aware. Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, no one has signed up in opposition. I see the applicants are here. There are no questions?
We wanted to find out what changed.
Just kind of specifically.
I can address that briefly.
Yes, but before, I'm going to open the hearing then, and we will have to, well, start the timer. So, if we could do that. Come on, Jamie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of Council, I'm Jamie Schwadler with Parker Poe at 31 Fayetteville Street, and I'll be brief today. We do have a presentation prepared, but I don't think it's necessary to address the specific question at hand. And I'm joined by Jason Davis of Turnbridge Equities, as well as Fred Belladin with Clearscapes, who did bring the case before you in 2019. They're back before you in collaboration today to bring that vision of Steve Schuster to the forefront in a new zoning that simply adds additional property to the south that wasn't part of the request, And in that property, we're taking the surface parking up to 20 stories in exchange for providing some of the most significant historic preservation that this district has seen. And the reason we're able to do that is because of the additional height and because of the presence of these warehouse buildings on the edge of the street. So that is a distinction and the main difference today. I'm happy to answer any questions, and thank you for your time.
I don't have a question. I should wait to raise my hand until after the hearing's closed, so
Okay.
withdrawn.
Any other questions? Okay, if you don't mind, I'm going to close the hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion?
I just wanted to add something real quick before Councilman Ford makes a motion. I just want to say I think this is the type of development we really need with the preserving the historic structure and then building on the surface parking lots. We have tons of surface parking in downtown Raleigh. It's not doing us any good, and I'm ecstatic to see this development move forward with keeping the important history at the street front and then making much better use of that surface parking lane. So I just wanted to add that.
Go ahead and make the motion. I know you want to make the motion. Go ahead and make
I'll second it. Go ahead.
Motion to approve. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated May 17, 2022, containing the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Second.
Oh, wow. I just got a little emotional thinking about Steve Schuster, and y'all have honored him and his legacy with this, so thank you.
All in favor?
Thank you.
Aye.
Next is Z79, Hoke Street and Garner Road.
Yes, ma'am. And these next two are side by side. Hannah's going to help with the next one, but I do want to say they are right next door to each other. So if the maps start to look, familiar, that's why. So this is some lots on Hoke Street and Garner Road. It's just under 4 acres, and the rezoning is going from an industrial mixed use with 3 stories to office mixed use with a 4-story height limit, parking limited frontage, and some conditions. This request is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the future land use map and the urban form map, and Planning Commission recommends approval. So we're on the west side of Garner Road, just south of Hoke Street here. So aerial view of that site, we're south of downtown, west of Carnage Middle School, a couple of views of the site. So what they have provided here in conditions is the first is that residential rents would be affordable for households earning 60% of area median income or less for at least 25 years. And they have provided no parking spaces located between the principal building and either Hoke or Garner. So they've asked for that parking limited frontage, which specifies pedestrian-oriented entrance towards the right-of-way. But they're also saying they're not going to put any, that gives them some flexibility in terms of how far away they can be from the street, but they're also saying they're not going to put any parking between the building and the street. So what's happening here, the residential density is increasing, almost a little bit more than doubling. Office entitlement goes up as well. Retail entitlement also goes up. And then they're zeroing out that industrial entitlement that they previously had. So consistent with the plan overall, lots of consistent policies, and Planning Commission recommends approval. What questions could I answer for you before you hear from the applicant and the public? I know you have somebody signed up to speak on this one.
Do we have any questions? Okay. Thank you. So we have 2 people signed up in support, 1 in opposition. So I'm going to open the hearing, and we will set the timer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Baldwin and members of council. I'm Molly Stewart, Morningstar Law Group, 421 Fayetteville Street. I have with me here this afternoon Seth Friedman, CEO of Passage Home. The mission of Passage Home is to break the cycle of poverty and to create multi-generational self-sufficiency for the individuals and families of Wake County by helping them achieve housing and income security. Passage Home pursues this goal by providing a variety of services, including housing. As you saw, we have offered a zoning condition to make this an affordable housing project. We're targeting 104 affordable units. In addition to consistency with the comprehensive plan, we also responded to comments that we heard at our first neighborhood meeting, where there was concern that there would be parking along the sidewalk. And so we went back and adjusted our conditions to prevent that situation. Given the compatibility with the comprehensive plan and the potential of this project to fill a very pressing need in this very convenient location, I will leave that there. And Seth Friedman and I are available to respond to your questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any, if we could stop the timer, do we have any questions for Molly or Seth?
I don't have a question, but I did confirm with our city attorney, because I sit on the board for Passage Homes, I'm going to have to recuse myself from this one.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Motion to recuse, Councilmember Branch.
Okay, seconded. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Anyone opposed? Okay. All right, do we have any questions? You get 2 breaks. Do we have any questions for Molly or Seth? Okay. I'm going to ask that the timer be reset. And Richard Bocard is here. He had signed up in opposition.
Good afternoon, members of council and Madam Mayor. My name is Rick Bocard. I am a proud resident here in Raleigh, and I live across the way from the proposed property at 1409 Garner Road. I certainly do appreciate the developer's desire to rezone this property and utilize it to provide much needed affordable housing in the neighborhood. But I do have some serious concerns, or genuine concerns, that I wanted to bring to y'all's attention today for consideration. So one is the parking limited designation. Although we, as I mentioned, we appreciate the developer's intent for the property, we do not believe that, and the developer's intent to provide or to limit or restrict parking between the street and the building. We do not believe this is enough to support the city's desire for the Complete Streets implementation project that has been committed to construct projects that improve safety, access, mobility, and connectivity for existing streets for all users. This corridor of Garner Road is included within this plan, as it is a popular pedestrian and bike corridor that connects between the Walnut Creek Trail entrance, and we believe a strong commitment to safe multimodal transportation in the city would mean requiring a more pedestrian-friendly frontage, such as Green or the newly approved Green Limited. In addition, this Garner Road corridor serves as a welcome mat to those entering our city. A Green or Green Limited frontage would provide a safer and greener welcome for those arriving via all modes of transportation. In addition, the OX4 designation, it is in line and consistent with the city's plan, but it is not OX is not intended to provide for areas exclusively dominated by office or employment uses, and that it should balance both employment and housing options with access to convenience retail services and goods. This development would be displacing a vibrant, although be it small, retail and light industrial business district in the area, which includes an auto mechanic, 2 food trucks, and a corner store. All of these businesses are run and supported by local minorities who depend on them as their last remaining employment and food options within walking distance. So we do ask that there is a stronger commitment to providing a balance between both residential and non-residential options. So in the spirit of a more safe, livable, and sustainable community for all, we ask kindly that the committee consider our concerns and refer these requests to subcommittee for further deliberation and hope for frontage changes and a more balanced approach to residential and economic opportunity for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I am going to close the hearing. Councilmember Fort,
I have a motion unless folks have questions.
any questions? Okay.
A motion to approve. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated May 17th, 2022, containing the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective date described in the agenda item under recommended action.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Councilmember Melton, did you have a question that you wanted to ask?
It wasn't really a question, and the speaker who was opposed, if this weren't a project that was going to designate some affordable units, I think I would have a lot more concern about some of the issues raised. And even so, voting in favor, we have to focus on more mixed-use developments, and taking out a corner store and some neighborhood retail and replacing it only with housing, we're going to continue to box ourselves into car-dependent bubbles. And so I understand that to make an affordable housing project work sometimes there's some concessions, but I really, really want to see us push forward on some more mixed use, especially in areas that really call for the walkability. But I'm happy to support it because we need the housing, but I am disappointed in that piece of it.
You understand? Okay. All right, we'll move on to the next, which is Garner Road.
Councilmember Brand, she didn't retire. Come on up here now.
So as Bynum mentioned, this request is directly south of the case you just heard, Z8321. Site is about 4.7 acres. Request is to rezone from IX3 to OX5 urban limited conditional use. It is consistent with the future land use map and the comprehensive plan, and the Planning Commission recommended approval. So I think we're all familiar where the site is, south of downtown. Some views of the site. There you can see it is currently no building on the site. There is a concrete pad from a previous structure, and a few zoning conditions that prohibit some uses normally permitted in OX, provide a maximum number of residential units at 365 and a maximum amount of non-residential use at 2,000 square feet. So this is going from IX to OX base district, so a shift in the range of uses that is permitted, an increase in the building height to 5 stories, so an increase in residential entitlement, and then the small amount of non-residential that's permitted. It is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and there are a number of consistent policies you can see here and here, and then it was inconsistent with one policy, building height transitions. And the Planning Commission voted 8-0 to recommend approval. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Okay. We have 2 people who've signed up to speak. Mark Frederick in support, Rick Bocard in opposition. We'll start with 8 minutes with Mark.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of council. I'm Mark Frederick with Parker, Poe, Adams, and Bernstein at 301 Fayetteville Street. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Abode Communities. I would like to address the conditions we've offered straight away. So we have offered conditions to limit residential uses to 365 units and limit non-residential to 2,000 square feet. The applicant in this case does own property about 2 blocks west of this site with plans for a mixed-use development with approximately 60 to 70,000 square feet of non-residential uses. That project has been on hold for some time due to the need for additional rooftops in the area, which we are hoping that this site can provide. So the parcel we are requesting to rezone is currently entitled for industrial uses. However, it's been sitting vacant for over 10 years now, but it is designated for a mix of office and residential mixed uses. The purpose of this rezoning is to unlock the potential of this site to be developed with more dense residential uses that are more compatible with the surrounding area. Consistent with that future land use map designation, we are proposing an OX5 UL-CU district, again with conditions to limit residential density to 365 units and prohibit certain uses that are not compatible with the area, and again limiting the non-residential uses to 2,000 square feet. The request is consistent with policies addressing the need for additional housing and housing variety, especially in an area with access to public transit. The request is consistent with the urban form map as well, which recommends an urban frontage, which is why we've requested the urban limited frontage. And finally, the request is consistent with comprehensive plan vision themes for expanded housing choices and growing successful neighborhoods and communities. So with that, we request your vote of approval today, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Does anybody have any questions for Mark? Okay. We'll reset the timer and ask Rick to come back up.
Good afternoon again. This might be a bit of a replay of the previous presentation or statements, but again, I live at 1409 Gardner Road, which is right across the street from the proposed property. I represent myself as well as our newly formed South Central Neighborhood Association. And so our primary concerns relate to the OX5 designation. Again, although it is consistent in regards to the city's master plan, we feel as if the minimum commitment of 2,000 square feet to non-residential uses is by no means enough to create the balance that the city desires for these types of transitional properties. In addition, the property does face R10 residential properties, which does require that the buildings do not rise more than 3 stories, which, as we know, this one is proposed to be 5 stories. That does tie into our next concern in regards to the urban limited frontage. We do appreciate the urban frontage, but again, something that would provide for a better transition would be something along the green or green limited frontage designations that are out there. This too, especially based on the previous decision by the commission here, would be displacing, we are losing that corner store and residential or retail and service industry or businesses that are located there on the corner, and this one does not do nearly enough to replace that. And although there may be intents to provide more mixed use at a future date in a future location, none of that is set here in stone. And being that this is one of those large chunks of developable land that are left in our neighborhood, we want to ensure that it provides, the resources that are so sorely needed by our neighbors in the community. So I ask that you take these concerns into consideration, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to close the hearing. Councilmember Fort.
I just want to make a statement. I see that Mountain Peace Baptist Church is involved in this, and I've known Pastor Terry for many, many years, and so I would like to congratulate the church for stepping up. A number of us sit in meetings to talk about affordable housing issues with a number of pastors in the area, so to actually see a church bringing a project online is very commendable, so I just wanted to state that publicly.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Cox.
Yeah, I was just curious to know why the request is for OX instead of NX.
I believe the request for OX versus NX was NX does not allow as many commercial and retail uses, so we did decide to go with OX to allow the flexibility.
I would have thought it'd be the other way around, that NX, because its neighborhood mixed use would have allowed more commercial opportunities, more retail opportunities. So with OX, you're really limited to in the amount of retail.
It may be because the future land use map is mapped OX.
I mean, if you don't have an answer, that's fine.
Yeah, I'd originally thought that I was correct in that OX allowed more, but yeah, the consistency with the future land use map was a big decision, big part of that decision, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Branch, did you have something?
I was just going to say, again, as Councilwoman Ford stated, it's great to see a church stepping up, helping to address our need for housing, affordable housing, and being a partner and working towards this. And I know we talk about the retail piece, which is needed along this area. And I think with the church's input and work, I think they can do something that will be appropriate for the neighborhood, because we have had a number of establishments not far from this property that had to be placed under new management. So I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated May 17th, 2022, containing the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption effective dates described in the agenda items under recommended action.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you very much. And I just want to say to Rick, I appreciate you coming in and speaking, and we do have a commitment to mixed use. It's a little harder with affordable housing, but appreciate you coming to speak to us. And I just would like to say to folks out there that that is an increasingly important element as we bring forward new zoning cases. We'll be looking at not only creating, we're looking at creating walkable communities so people don't have to get in their car and drive everywhere to pick up a coffee or go to the market or get services. So just want to make you aware of that going forward. So thank you. Next we have Z8521.
Yes, ma'am. This is a city-initiated rezoning. These are multiple parcels owned by the city, being rezoned by the city. It's just not a little bit more than half an acre. All of these lots currently are in a planned development district east of downtown. And so what is proposed here is rezoning to one of the lots to DX3 with detached frontage, and then other lots to RX3 with urban limited frontage, and the historic overlay would remain in place. The Planning Commission and the Historic Development Commission both recommend approval. So you can see these lots southwest corner of Cabarrus and east, the bulk of them, and then just two on the west side of South Bloodworth Street, just north of Cabarrus. And you told us to do this, so we're doing it. I mean, we thought it was a good idea too. So again, the existing PD here is proposed to be removed. Zoning in the area where the DX district is proposed would fill in that gap, and the RX zoning would match other RX zoning on that part of the block where that's proposed. So area A right now, what we're proposing here would be detached houses only, and then the other area could be, this is what's allowed in the PD now, I'm sorry, is it detached houses only. And then in the area south of Cabarrus Street could be attached or attached housing only, but it has a 2-story height limit. And so the maximum units that were allowed by the PD was 91. There are 84 existing units, so there's only 7 units possible remaining in the PD. So that's a big motivator for the rezoning here. So here are those two sites, a little aerial view. Here are the Bloodworth Street lots. And then the lots on Cabarrus and East, and you can see the apartment development on the other side of the street there. That is part of the existing PD. So the density goes up with the rezoning to about 48 units an acre. We think they probably can realize about 29 units. And then this would also allow, in that RX district, they could have up to 4,000 square. It's up to 4,000 square feet in the ground floor corner unit at the intersection of 2 public streets. And I think the projection here is that we might be able to get that in more than one building. So These slides are giving me trouble today. This is consistent with the future land use map, also consistent with the urban form map, also consistent with the small area plan here, the South Park downtown transition, consistent overall with the plan. And again, Planning Commission and the Historic Development Commission recommend approval. I am both the applicant and staff today. What question? Larry's also here. He could talk a little bit, maybe if you want to hear about what his plans are, but can answer any questions you might have.
Any questions? Okay. I'm going to open the hearing, close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated May 17, 2022, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption effective dates described in the agenda items under recommended action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Thank you. Next is CP 222 Omnibus Comprehensive Plan Amendment. Again, no one has signed up in support or opposition.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council. I'm John Anagnost from the Planning and Development Department. This is CP-2-22. This is the annual Omnibus Comprehensive Plan Amendment. So this is a product of the progress report that the Planning and Development Department does each year to update the comprehensive plan. And so the key feature of the progress report Omnibus Amendment is that the comprehensive plan has policies that give sort of a big picture, kind of value-based vision for Raleigh's future, and then there are action items that give more tangible, more specific objectives that will advance those policies. And so the Omnibus Comprehensive Plan Amendment from the progress report is really just housekeeping the action items. So we're really just trying to ask the other departments in the city government, have you completed the actions that have been set forth in the comprehensive plan? And so that's what this amendment is doing. And so in the amendment that you have before you, there's some actions that are going to be marked as completed. Some are recommended to be removed, others converted to policies, and then some that where the text would be amended. We do like to highlight in the process of presenting this to you a couple of achievements that have led to some of these action items being marked as completed. And so here are three for you is the completion of the Law Enforcement Training Center. That's a partnership between Raleigh Police Department and the Wake County Sheriff's Office. Also the implementation of the Art Swell program from the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Department, and then the traffic calming project on Buck Jones. So each of those is resulting in action items being marked as complete in the Omnibus Amendment. And then there are some action items that departments have identified for removal, and those are largely where the department's approach to a particular issue has changed. And so that can be where it's simply a matter of technique. It also could be where an approach that was considered previously is now deemed infeasible, or if there is a policy that is already sort of serving the same purpose. In many cases, actions are converted to policies. So essentially, if a department says, well, this is an activity that we intend to continue doing, we don't really want to mark this as complete because this is going to be a consistent aspect of our operations, it really makes more sense as a policy because we're not really going to need to mark it as complete. We're going to keep doing it. And then there are details that can be adjusted. So is the time frame medium term or long term? Who is the responsible agency? We ask departments if they'd like to adjust any of those provisions. And then some of the specific changes to the text within the action items can relate to some of the same topics. So is the terminology changed in terms of best practices? Is a responsible agency or partner agency different? Has some work been completed on the action, but it's not all the way completed? Do we need to sort of modify the scope in reflection of work that has been completed? And then if there, again, it can be a change of approach that results in a revision. And so I'm not going to go into details about every single action that you have in the amendment before you. I am prepared to respond to questions that you may have about those. They are available in your backup materials in your agenda. And the Planning Commission did vote 8-0 to recommend approval of this item. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay. I'm going to open the hearing and close the hearing. Do we have a motion? Have a second? Okay, all in favor? Aye. That was unanimous. Next is TC 421, Transit Street cross sections and Green Plus frontage.
Good afternoon. I'm Jason Myers in Transportation. I'm also joined by Jason Harden, who I'll hand off the presentation to, and Justin Rometta, who can answer some questions about the text change process. Try to keep this brief, but this is stemming from an activity, the city's activity on bus rapid transit in both the east, the south, and the western corridors in terms of implementing that service that was planned with the Wake Transit Plan. Other things that are related to this are a comprehensive plan amendment that today you set a public hearing for on June 21st to map these street sections to actual sections of the southern, eastern, and western corridors, and the TOD overlay zoning cases that are working through Planning Commission at this moment. And those things were kind of coordinated in a public involvement standpoint at the same time, and are coming from basically the city's activities to implement bus rapid transit. So the brief overview of the street plan. The street plan is one of the primary maps of the transportation element of the comprehensive plan. It helps shape the connectivity of the system in streets, how access works, and what the network looks like. Developments are required to dedicate that right-of-way. It helps us preserve corridors for what we want that network to look like. It helps create consistency and certainty, especially along bordering property lines. And all of our street types are different forms of context-sensitive streets, and they can be implemented through the UDO and the Street Design Manual, and also through city capital projects. The existing regulations we have these are the 3 street sections that are closest to what was proposed in this text change, are the 2-lane avenue divided, 4-lane avenue divided, and 6-lane avenue divided. And these streets were all modified recently by TC3 2021, where we moved bikeways out of the street. We made a couple other tweaks and put them behind the curb, behind a buffer. The streetscape on all 3 of these is identical to what's proposed in TC4. So all of the changes are between the curbs when we're adding these new sections in TC4. We're basically copying the beyond the curb aspects of these and applying them to the new sections. So the proposed text change is to add 3 new street sections to the Unified Development Ordinance in the Street Design Manual: busway 2-lane, busway 4-lane, and busway 6-lane. I'll go very briefly through those and then talk a little bit about the impacts of these. A 2-lane, and generally what's happening in all of these is we're basically taking the median that was in the section before and we're squeezing in a roughly 40-foot busway. There's a couple minor tweaks to that. One of which on the bus lane 4-lane is that we're recommending 10-foot lanes rather than 11-foot lanes, given the context nature of a BRT corridor. We think that's a way to save a little bit of space, and the same thing for a 6-lane. As I stated before, in addition to mapping, creating this new text in our ordinance, we have to map those streets. That's a separate activity. So this doesn't have any effect on anybody's individual property, but it gives us the tool through which the CP14 can actually do that. And that public hearing will be on June 21st. The main impact to direct property owners or folks near this is that these street sections are wider, and that's something that we want to make really clear, is that there is an impact to gain this capacity and this reliability for our transit system. And I'll talk a little bit about what that looks like. If we look at the existing 2, 4, and 6-lane avenues and compare them to the busway street sections, these numbers are quite a bit wider because we're adding roughly 40 foot for that busway. But in reality, when we map things with CP14 2021, we're generally going to be mapping existing 4 lanes into busway 2 lanes and existing 6 lanes into busway 4 lanes. So we're going to be converting one of the existing lanes in the plan into that busway, and that helps mitigate the impact. We're not planning to do that every situation. There are some places where the traffic patterns are such that NCDOT feedback, for instance, was that we need to maintain some of that capacity, or that we can see it in our own data, but it isn't a direct 2-2 and 4-4, but a little bit of a shift. Another way to look at it is, what is the capacity of these facilities? I think this is an important way to look at this. What I've got on this chart here is our existing sections, and these figures all come from the National Association of City Transportation Officials. That's an organization that the City of Raleigh is a member of, and these are estimated peak hour capacities on a per person basis. And for the existing street sections, these actually assume that we're operating frequent transit and frequent transit in that mixed traffic. If we didn't operate transit, the capacity would be much, much, much shorter, or much, much, much smaller. But by adding the additional capacity of the busway and the reliability of that to be able to move a lot of folks in transit, we can very much increase the capacity of these facilities. One last point is these numbers all also ignore the capacity of the bike and pedestrian facilities, which are identical for all of them, but are actually, I think NACDO figures would put the capacity of those bikeways and walkways at 25,000 people per hour, in addition to what's in the middle of the street. So at this point, I will hand it off to Jason Harden, who will talk about the Green Plus frontage. Thank you.
Afternoon, Mayor and Council. So I just have a small number of slides, and this is similar to what you just heard about. This would create a new tool. For it to be put into use, we'd have to apply it through a mapping process. But the intent here is that as the bus rapid transit is constructed along New Bern, it will have some effects on the existing tree canopy. So this is a tool to mitigate that and, in fact, add to the canopy over time. This is a new version of the existing frontages that you're all very familiar with in the UDO. It would create a new frontage, and the name suggests the intent and the similarity to the existing green frontage. So the only changes between this and the green frontage would be a slightly increased setback, which reflects along this part of New Bern the existing pattern of setbacks. It also has a more specific requirement for planting. So the green requires some amount of, as the name suggests, greenness, but it is not specific about the type of planting, or does not specifically require trees to be planted. This would require 4 per 100 feet. So again, as this part of the corridor, and speaking roughly between Raleigh Boulevard and Wake Med, as this evolves, a way to gain back and maintain some of that canopy over time. So impacts on its own, today's action would have no direct input. It adds this tool to the code, but doesn't actually put it into place until it's mapped. As far as the mapping, the New Bern Station Area Planning process is expecting to deliver recommendations to council in the coming month. And that would be not a final decision, but initiating some zoning changes that would include applying this frontage along part of the corridor. So this would set us up to be able to use that as part of the mapping and zoning changes. So that's all that I have, and both Jason and myself are happy to answer questions.
Do we have any questions for staff? Councilmember Cox?
So can you clarify why the green option would not be mapped anywhere? This slide that you just had up.
Just initially today's action would not, but the intent is that it would be mapped along New Bern Avenue as part of that zoning process, and exists as a tool where it would be applicable or desirable in other parts of the city as well.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. No one has signed up in support or opposition. So I'm going to open the hearing and close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated May 17, 2022, containing agenda materials, and to approve the zoning text amendment.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that was unanimous. TC 422, flood hazard areas, effective date.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council. Justin Rometto with Planning and Development. This is a text change item that is related to several of the other floodplain related items you've had on your agenda today. I have exactly one slide for you, and this is a text change to change TC 1620, which was adopted in May of last year. That text change had an effective date of April 1, 2022. In March, council changed the effective date of that ordinance to July 19, 2022 to coincide with the date of the implementation of the new FEMA floodplain maps you heard about earlier today. And this text change, TC 422, is the implementation of that to go through and replace all references of the initial effective date with the new July 19, 2022 date. There are about 8 to 10 references in total. That's all I have for you today, but I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions? Okay, open the hearing, close the hearing. Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated May 17th, 2022, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning text amendment.
Second.
I'm excited.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. All right, next, we got through all of our public hearings. Oof. Yes. So now we're on to the report and recommendation of the Economic Development Innovation Committee. Councilmember Melton.
Yes, I got a good bit of stuff I got to read. Sorry, I'll go quick. First thing is we have an item to report out. On May 10th, the committee held a special meeting to discuss the proposed text change on accessory commercial units. Planning and development staff provided the committee with information on the initial text change drafted by staff, the version of the text change recommended by the Planning Commission, and then a staff recommended alternative approach. Following the discussion, the committee directed staff to further revise the text change to eliminate retail sales, expand allowed services, update hours of operation, and to incorporate certain staff recommendations. Since the committee meeting, staff has drafted a revised draft ordinance that reflects the May 10th committee discussion. That revised draft ordinance is included with the agenda materials today. The Unified Development Ordinance mandates that a public hearing must be held for a text change of this type. The public hearing for this text change, TC 1221, accessory commercial units, is already scheduled for June 7th City Council meeting. So the committee recommends approving the draft text change included in the agenda packet, which has the committee recommendations as the version to go to public hearing on June 7th, 2022. So moved.
Second.
They gave me a lot, I'm sorry.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you.
And then we've got one item pending in committee. It's social districts, and we will take that up at our meeting next Tuesday, the 24th at 1:30 p.m. in council chambers.
Okay, thank you. Growth and natural resources.
No report, no items pending, so we will not have a meeting in May. That is what month it is, right? I would like to signal that I would love to have the report from, or a presentation from budget on the ARP potential funding for June, since we haven't had anything in a while. That would be great. Thank you.
Okay. Safe, Vibrant, and Healthy Community Committee. We will not be meeting in May, and we will be looking for a date when Councilmember Buffkin can be present to take up the MSD issue in Midtown. Transportation and Transit.
No report, but we will have a meeting on May 26th at 3 o'clock here in the chamber to discuss the comprehensive plan amendment, CP 221, and the North Capitol Corridor Plan, a future of choice.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have report from the mayor and council. Let's see, I'm going to start with Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
I have just one item. Yesterday, the White House released a housing supply action plan with specific action steps to help close our nation's housing supply gap in 5 years. I want to encourage everyone to take the time to read President Biden's announcement about the plan at whitehouse.gov. You will find several themes and ideas that I'm proud to say are consistent with many actions we've been taking here in Raleigh. The plan touches on a wide range of issues to include ADUs, housing rehabilitation, investor-owned homes, and regulatory barriers that slow down home construction. One takeaway from the president's announcement is that the federal government will, in quote, reward local jurisdictions that have reformed zoning and land use policies with higher scores in certain federal grant processes, end quote. With this in mind, I want to ask that staff review the President's Housing Supply Action Plan and provide a report on how well we are aligned with the identified action steps, and to bring us any recommended actions that the council may need to take to help close the housing supply gap here in Raleigh. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fort.
I would like to say I attended the Fletcher Awards last week. Congratulations to all the folks who won. And then I also had a chance to attend the graduation of the RPD Academy last week. A lot of new recruits, a lot of diversity in the class, which I was happy to see. So congratulations to the new recruits or new officers at this point.
Thank you. Councilmember Branch?
A couple items. The first one is if staff can look at the intersection of Eva May and New Hope Road. Residents there have spoken to me about concerns about coming out onto New Hope Road out of Eva May. So if we could possibly do a traffic study to see if we can get a light, if a light is needed there, that intersection. It is real bad there in the evenings. So if we could have someone look into that, that would be appreciative. The second thing is, this has come up a number of times. You know, I've received some emails, but I've had conversations with some of our bus operators as well as those that are concerned about operators, and that's their safety. In this era of COVID, with anyone being able to get on the bus and ride, there's been some concerns about some people just getting on and they're just riding the bus all day long. We've had some incidents where some operators have been attacked. Not just here, but also in other areas. So if we can have staff look into this matter, work with our police department, work with our acorns, whomever, from a safety standpoint, that we can make sure, one, our operators are safe, and two, that we also have those who are riding our buses, that they can feel safe in getting on our buses as well. The next thing I want to update on is the Quality Inn Hotel on New Bern Avenue. As of, I think it was Sunday, the hotel was completely empty. The hotel has a new owner. I want to thank all of our departments, from fire, police, housing, inspections, city attorney's office, the city manager's office, and even the Salvation Army and Red Cross. All those. If I missed anyone, I'm sorry. I tried to name everyone that I could, but this was an all hands on deck situation to dealing with a hotel that was completely unsafe. I've had a conversation with the new property owner. He is looking to do some renovations there, but I asked if our economic team for business upfit grants can reach out and work with him. He asked for what options that the city has that can help him in renovating the hotel. I know we do business grants, so if we could have staff follow up and look there, and just making sure that this is a safe place. I do know of all the residents there, only 2 or 3 sought assistance on finding housing from the feedback that I received from multiple resources. The majority of the residents there were able to find a place to stay and vacated the hotel. And lastly, the thing I want to mention is we just had a lot of college graduations. Now we're coming up on the air of a lot of our high schools who are graduating. I look forward. I will be attending some of the graduations, and the other council members will as well. But before our next meeting, I do want to go ahead and give a shout out to the students at the Wake Leadership Academy and Southeast Raleigh High School, who will all be graduating before our next city council meeting, and I look forward to seeing them at their graduation.
Nice. I just wanted to, as a follow-up to the Quality Inn, is there any money that we can use from housing and neighborhoods for improvements? Well, maybe that's worth a conversation. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Melton?
Thank you. Couple things. I echo Councilmember Stewart's comments about the President's housing plan that came out, I think yesterday. I read it and shared it. I was encouraged because we're already doing a lot of the work, but I am interested to see areas where we can continue to work. And then also particularly on the funding going to municipalities that have done zoning reform, we should get some of that money, because when I was reading it, I was thinking, I can't think of another city that's done as much as we have on trying to ease the burden of housing cost and finding new ways to address housing affordability. So let's definitely look at if we can get some grant money. And then also to Councilmember Branch's point about the driver safety and rider safety. I've obviously been a very vocal champion of fare free transit, and I'm excited to see that fare free is included in this proposed budget. But I do understand that there are other concerns that come with the fare free aspect. And so as the fares remain suspended for fiscal year 23, I think we do need to be taking a look at those safety issues. And then when we have a discussion about permanent fare free transit, we need to look at that issue holistically, from what happens with BRT to driver and rider safety. And so I do think that's really important. My third thing is an idea of my own that no one else has mentioned, is it is Mental Health Awareness Month. And I know that Mayor Baldwin has issued a proclamation, and NAMI, Wake County, gave me these pins that I handed out to the council members. I'm wearing mine. Everyone's got one. They can wear it when they want. And so I just wanted to plug that. And then also, NAMI is doing a walk event, which is why I assume why this pin has tennis shoes on it. May 21st at Dix Park. So definitely check them out if you haven't. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Cox.
Yes, the one item I would like to bring up is that I've been contacted by residents of the Hedingham community. Apparently, there's been quite a bit of crime in the area, and I'd like to get a report about the levels of crime, the types of crime, and what we're doing to help mitigate that. Otherwise, I have no report. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Knight.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A reminder again, it is Bike Month this month, May, in the city, and I know there's a lot of activities going that the city is putting on, and a lot of the councilors have already taken part in some of those. So come out and take part in these activities. On that note, this Thursday, it's the Raleigh Environmental Awards ceremony being held at the Convention Center. The jury for these awards is our own Environmental Advisory Board, and the Sustainability Office helps put that on as well, so that'll be a big event. I'll just read, it says, the Raleigh Environmental Awards winners represent our community's dedication to climate action, environmental stewardship, innovation, and education. The awards celebrate the best in climate action, community engagement, and corporate stewardship in our city. I believe the mayor is speaking at that, so come out.
I'm opening.
Oh, you're opening. Come out for that. And lastly, today is an election day. Please go vote. That is not only your right, but your obligation as a citizen, so please do that. Very important. Thank you.
I lost my I voted. That's okay. Well, darn. Anyhow, I'm sorry, what? I have two things. First, I wanted to just mention this. We're Orange Weekend, which is observed June 3rd through 5th, honors the victims and survivors of gun violence. It's really a day when we come together to support everyone affected by gun violence in our community, help each other, comfort each other, and pause and remember each life that's cut short. We are working with the NAACP and Moms Demand Action on a Wear Orange Day here in Raleigh on Saturday, June 4th at Chavis Park. So I just we don't have details yet, but I want you to get this on your calendars. We're going to bring together our coalition of partners that includes the city, the county, our police department, community organizations, and partner advocacy groups. And the main goal is to call for an end to gun violence. So more details will be available, but if you could put that on your calendar, that would be wonderful. And then my second item is very simple. Go Canes. Okay. Clerk?
Hello again. Gail has abandoned us again. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Board of Adjustment, we have one alternate vacancy, no nominations there, so that will come back. City of Oaks, we have 2 vacancies, no nominations, so that will come back. Number 3, Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, 3 community vacancies, no nominations there, so that will come back. Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, professional vacancy, no nominations, that will come back. Human Relations Commission, 1 alternate vacancy, no nominations. Planning Commission, Latanta McCrimmon received 3 votes and Dwight Otwell received 5. So Mr. Otwell will be appointed, so we've taken care of that for now. And then Raleigh Transit Authority, we have 1 alternate vacancy, no nominations. Okay, then on to nominations. Appearance Commission, I think we had misspoken last time. Ms. Gilmore is going to be under consideration by the county on June 6th, so that wouldn't be coming back here until potentially the 7th. So that will be coming back. And then we did go ahead and add, if I can get my papers lined up here, here we go. We went ahead and added the 2 newly created Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board alternate slots, 1 community, 1 professional. So that will be coming back again. So now we're have quite a few vacancies there now, but we wanted to go ahead and get that process going after your recent bylaws approval, and that is it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next is the report and recommendation of the city attorney.
I don't have a report today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Report and recommendation of the city clerk.
Several sets of minutes for consideration of approval.
Move for approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. And now we have closed session. So I'm going to read today's motion. Motion is in order to enter closed session pursuant to GS 143-318.11A3 to consult with the city attorney to preserve the attorney-client privilege and to consider and give instructions regarding the handling and or settlement of a claim in the following case, Oberlin Investors LLC versus City of Raleigh. So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. We have just returned from closed session where the council provided direction to staff on the items listed in the closed session motion. The meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.